Morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, November 19th, 8 o'clock a.m. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media or publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD outlets, newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on November 15th, 2024. A copy of the proposed agenda for the meeting has been maintained on a current basis and is readily available for public inspection in the office of the district's corporate secretary. Additionally, a copy of the Open Meetings Act is available for inspection on OPPD.com and in this meeting room. Thank you all for joining us. As a reminder to those joining via WebEx, please mute your microphone to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate to the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics: CEO growth and effectiveness update and new generation project updates. We will conclude this meeting's closed session no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 o'clock a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Dr. Bogner, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:02 a.m. to discuss two topics. First, the CEO growth and effectiveness update, and second, the new generation project updates. With respect to the CEO growth and effectiveness update, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation information. With respect to the new generation project updates, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies, the disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors. This motion requires a second to move forward.
Second.
Director Bogner,
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Core,
Yes.
Director Howard is absent, Director Mulhall,
Yes.
Director Moody is absent, Director Spurgeon,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes. The motion to go into closed session has passed. The closed session will cover two topics: CEO growth and effectiveness update and new generation project updates. No votes or other board action will be taken.
If you're not scheduled to be involved in the closed session, please exit the WebEx meeting at this time.
Motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
So moved.
Second. Director Bogner,
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Core,
Yes.
Howard is absent, Director Mulhall,
Yes.
Director Moody,
Yes.
Director Spurgeon,
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes. Motion to come out of closed session at 10:14 a.m. is carried. The closed session was limited to discussion regarding two topics: CEO growth and effectiveness update and new generation project updates. No votes or other board action were taken. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on November 15th, 2024. Thank you all for joining us. As a reminder to those joining via WebEx, please mute microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. We will take public comments at the end of today's meeting, as well as at the board meeting on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. Public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx by going to OPPD.com. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Matt Core, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, and Mary Spurgeon. Director Sarah Howard let me know ahead of time that she would be unable to attend today. We also have members of our executive leadership team, Steve Bruckner, our general counsel with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have 27 attendees in the meeting, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Today, we will hear the following committee reports: the Governance Committee report from Dr. Mulhoff, the Finance Committee report from Director Spurgeon, the Customer and Public Engagement report from Director Moody, standing in for Dr. Howard, and the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report from Director Moody. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Eric Kruger to give the safety briefing here physically for those of us in the room.
Good morning. Hope everyone is well. Josh is on paid time off, so I gave him a week off, so you get to deal with me for a few minutes. First of all, thank you for being here. If you're feeling ill, please make sure you're staying home, getting rest, taking care of yourself. Please look around the room to identify any environmental hazards, exits to the rear, to the front if we need to evacuate. Outside are AEDs and fire extinguishers in the event of an emergency. For this meeting, this is a psychologically safe environment. We have a mutual respect for each other with differing opinions. Healthy conflict does occur, and we can partake in good conflict that way. Be open to curiosity and ask questions. And because of the time of year it is, cybersecurity is always at the forefront of my mind. With the holidays coming up, a lot of phishing links, a lot of scams out there. Please be careful there. If you have any questions or need anything, please raise your hand. One of us will be here to be of assistance if needed. With that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Eric, for the reminders. Since you covered psychological safety and cybersecurity, thank you for that, by the way. I'm gonna just jump to the next slide, please. I was riding with someone in the elevator just a few minutes ago, and she was telling me like, oh, I forgot how cold it is outside. I'm like, yeah, well, it's November. It's supposed to feel that cold. We've just been very blessed with very mild weather this year. However, it is November, and the temperature swings are here for us, and going from highs in the 50s to lows in the 20s could cause issues with freezing conditions on the road. So this is just a good reminder to fall and winter weather hazards are present with us. They're here, and very important for us to keep that out in front of mind as we begin projects in the morning. Our crews are beginning projects in the morning. Frozen ground is something that we need to be careful with, as well as for us driving. Be careful with the line of fire. Line of fire, the definition here, OPPD is being in harm's way. So before you start any job, make sure that you know exactly what's going to happen, the work you're going to do, and if there's going to be any moving material or potential for moving material, make sure that people are out of harm's way. A good example of this is when our linemen are replacing cable, right? They're replacing cable and they know that the cable can snap. But always make sure that we don't have anyone on the line of fire where a moving object could cause some damage and injuries to our crews. And the last thing is just a reminder of warming up to avoid strain or tears. We've mentioned this before. Our SD6 safety talks about that and how we've experienced a significant shift from severe injuries to soft tissue injuries, but still injuries nonetheless. A good way of avoiding those injuries is to warm up. Something that we ask all of our crews to do in the mornings before they start work is to warm up and make sure that they have a good ergonomic awareness of their working conditions. That concludes my safety briefing.
Thanks very much. The first committee for today is the Governance Committee. Director Bogner.
The Governance Committee met on November 12th at 8 a.m. and all committee members were present. The discussion began with a safety briefing and a review of prior month's action items. Do we have a slide to advance? Thank you. So the first item on our agenda, first material item on our agenda was the CEO growth and effectiveness update. So what I'll report out today is that this board had our quarterly meeting with Brian Junker with STS. Brian is Javier's executive coach. We met with him this morning during closed session. Over the last year, the board has met with Brian on a quarterly basis to gain line of sight to Javier's growth and development per our responsibilities outlined in GP3, our board job description. We plan to continue to meet with Brian quarterly through 2025. The next two items on the governance pre-committee meeting agenda are going to be discussed today, so we'll skip over those for now. And then we also reviewed the 2025 work plan and committee planning calendar. The 2025 work plan has been populated with action items that surfaced during the board workshop in September, and this will be circulated to each committee. And so you'll begin to see those show up in your pre-committee meetings on your work plans. Do any committee members have anything they'd like to add to my report? All right, with that, we'll move on to our our next agenda item, I suppose. SD 12 Security and Information Management Monitoring Report. Ms.
Thank you, Director Bogner. I'm just going to make a few opening comments, and then Eric Kruger, our Director of Corporate Security, will walk through the monitoring report for SD 12. So I just wanted to comment on, this is our first monitoring report where we have modified SD 12. So last year we made changes. Thank you very much. Many of those are around physical security. So you'll see that woven into the monitoring report. And there were just some cleanup items that we did. What you'll see here is a strong foundation and a continuing to build around all things security, whether it is cyber or physical, and how they come together within the report. I'm looking forward to any questions or comments you all have. And with that, I will let Eric take it away. Thank you all.
Good morning. Thank you. One of the key components of SD 12 is that we have to build a robust information management and security practice for the organization. And while it sounds simple enough, it's a lot more complex with the moving growth and the way we've evolved as a company. I say this because our data, our information, our security practices have to change because of an ever-changing threat landscape to the organization. SD 12 really has 5 pillars focused on information and cybersecurity, physical security, customer privacy, records management, and finally compliance. And the compliance isn't a large piece, but it is important. So we'll go ahead and walk through each one of these for a few moments. The joy of SD 12 is, I say this quite often when it comes to security. Security is an evolution, not a revolution. Not in terms of revolutionary war, but a revolution goes around once and stops. That's not what we're doing with information security, cybersecurity practices. We have to continue to evolve. And so that's an ongoing controls review, as well as putting in new initiatives, new controls as we change. And so that's really how this has come to be. And with the change to SD 12 last year and the approval, we want to go ahead and highlight some of the things that we've done as we've built out our program to be in compliance with SD 12. So the next slide, please. Information security, we talk about it a lot. I talk about cybersecurity. Coming from a cybersecurity and physical security background, it's very important. But I want to highlight a couple key components to this. The first is advancing our capabilities to identify and respond to cybersecurity events. It's a great big world out there full of people trying to attack us. I talked about it last month when I would give an update related to the storm activity, and this continues to grow. In addition, leveraging our partnerships to collect and analyze cybersecurity information, the threats and vulnerabilities, reducing the risks to operational excellence. We have to leverage those partnerships with the FBI, with Homeland Security, with CISA, with our local law enforcement. And so we continue to leverage those partnerships throughout the organization and throughout the company. As you look at this, the other side of this is the physical security side. So we go to the next slide, please. One of the key charges for physical security is a safe and secure environment for OPPD personnel, contractors, visitors, operations, and properties. While the assets and properties are important, the people are our most important thing to protect. We take it very seriously. Our goal is to protect our employees and our contractors while they are working for us. A couple key components of ongoing controls that we're working through: the critical infrastructure protection, SIP 14 for our assets, and the enterprise security improvement program throughout the district continue to grow and evolve. Those are ongoing multi-year projects. Collaborating with the Nebraska Information and Analysis Center, FBI, CISA, we have a great consortium of individuals that we share a lot of data related to physical threats and domestic violence extremists. And then continuing to perform threat and vulnerability assessments of our assets. We just completed the first comprehensive asset risk, threat, and vulnerability assessment of all of our substations and how we're doing. No one else that we've talked to within the LPPC or APPA or even within conferences have been able to say that they're doing the same thing. And this is trailblazing for what we're doing. This is a great accomplishment from a physical security perspective. Going on to customer privacy is key. We have a lot of data from our customers, and that data is going to grow as we bring in new technologies and we enhance our grid. But ensuring that OPPD is keeping our data secure and our customer data secure is paramount to our operations and what we do. So we do a regular review of how we are complying with that. We've partnered with Tim and his team, Tim McRavy and his team. They've got a great fraud program, and we are very thankful that partnership and collaboration has worked. We do continue to provide ongoing trends based on frauds throughout the organization, throughout the industry. And we make sure that we're trying to stay ahead of what those trends look like. Our customer privacy also has a component where there are going to be bills with new data privacy laws coming through through every single legislative session because people are concerned about their data being leaked. We've seen that throughout a number of breaches. We want to continue to make sure we're evolving our customer privacy program. And then going on to records management. Records management is a key component of what we do. And this is a partnership with Lisa Fleischer, I would almost say Lisa Huff, but Lisa Fleischer, and her team, especially with the records management group, focusing on the important records of Fort Calhoun decommissioning, the nuclear regulatory records, making sure that the staff are well trained and maintain their adequacy on how we protect those records, and then continuing to improve those processes specifically in consideration of how we are evolving our records. We have a large number of records that we process every single year. It's a mountain of activity. And I want to make sure that you understand this is done on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. Finally, when we talk about compliance, the compliance portion of this, making sure we are remaining compliant with our NERC compliance, our FERC compliance, anything that comes out of the Department of Energy, specifically Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But from an information and data security perspective, we're making sure that we're applying those laws that have come forward that we have to comply with. We continue to work through our governance, risk, and compliance capabilities, making sure we're enhancing that. There's a big focus in 2025 for our coordination with the enterprise risk management team to document our security risks. Engaging employees to make sure that they're staying abreast of the ever-changing landscape is a key component, and then performing ongoing external audits and internal reviews and providing our findings to management. Part of that is the NATF peer review that we just went through this summer. It's a great example of how we're making sure that we are being compliant. And so that's really the ongoing controls that SD12 encompasses for the organization. And so as we look at 2024, there are a number of key accomplishments that we want to highlight in each of these areas. First and foremost, if you would, next slide, please. The information security, we've rewritten the cybersecurity incident response plan. We've tested it. We've worked through it. We had a tabletop exercise with the executive leadership team. We have processed hundreds and thousands of security intelligence reports associated to threats. In addition, we deployed a new email security platform to the organization. Within the physical security realm, we completed a majority of the CIP14 physical security controls for our assets. We continue to build our security enhancements, and we have expanded security views throughout the district. We're now at over 1,200 security camera views throughout the district, when 3 years ago, we were just under 500. So we continue to provide some good visibility to our officers and our continuous monitoring center. For customer privacy, there are now new data governance frameworks in place, roadmaps, policies. In addition, a data governance charter and steering committee have been formed and are meeting regularly. And we continue to build and implement access controls around our data. Talking about records management, 364 records of more than 190,000 pages for nuclear compliance. That's a massive amount of work that is done under Lisa Huff and the records management team. Making sure that we've digitized our master facility plan and implementing the process improvements as I spoke about. From a compliance, participating in an industry peer review, we validated federal compliance with the HIPAA regulations, both security and privacy. And then we did research requirements with 2 potential new laws that were signed into law over the last legislative session. One of those around specifically around privacy of data, the other one around Asia Pacific supply chain and making sure that we're in compliance. And so we continue to work with our legal consults to ensure that we are compliant and how we need to adapt our practices around those compliance factors. And so with that, we are asking, and we are making a recommendation that we are taking, that it's approved. We're taking reasonable and appropriate measures to comply with this directive as outlined. And with that, I will open it up for any questions or comments or concerns anybody has.
What kind of questions do you guys have about the monitor report?
You use the acronym NTFA?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, the National Transmission, NATF, National North American Transmission Forum. Sorry, thank you. That's the one where we, various entities come in and they evaluate you against their program. And they did it this past summer. I think we did very well on that. So that's a peer review that gets done. I think that gets done every 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
We send people to other utilities, and so best practices are shared. They get to see how other people are doing it. They get to see how we're doing it. So it's fantastic. I don't know of any other industry where companies get together and really kind of critique each other and share, hey, you might think about doing it. So it's been fantastic for us.
Yeah, and if I may share a comment that I shared at our governance committee, which is that you transmitted 364 records of more than 190,000 pages and digitize that. That's just like, it's a jaw dropper. So it's a wow from my point of view. So good on you.
I wanted to add, I hope what comes across is how this takes everyone to do what is being done. People in the field, people in this room. We have such a phenomenal culture around this in terms of people raising things up, thinking about what's going on out there and bringing it forward, taking the training and really bringing it to life in the organization. And just the work that's done by the executive team and their teams to really think about this and make sure that we are staying as in front of it as possible. To Eric's point, this is changing so rapidly out there. And it takes a lot of time and effort from a lot of people and a lot of awareness from a lot of people. So I just wanted to call that out. I hope it's coming across. It's huge, it's important. Just wanted to really put that out there.
Kate, do you want to speak to, and maybe Eric, the changes to SD12 that we implemented a year ago and that are now being reported? What has that enabled your team to do differently, more of? Help describe to us how the changes to the language and the policy have enabled your team.
Yes, most definitely. I'll take a shot, Eric, and then if you want to add, feel free to. So what I would say is that what it has done is that we were doing many of the things that are called out within the SD around physical security. This allows a greater focus and awareness to the board as well, and for the teams to see that all of this matters at the end of the day. They were doing it, but it brings greater clarity and focus for them to the work. And it shows the appreciation for this work. So when we brought that forth, it allowed them to look at what they were doing and go, okay, this is the board's vision view of this. How are we aligning the work we're doing? Does it align? Are there things maybe that we weren't thinking about that we should think about in the space of that? So it really gave an additional framework to them, because we have frameworks. And it allowed them to take that and really take actionable items, and for us then to bring this back and say, hey, this is what we're doing. And you all see things that you're like, well, wait a minute, what about this? What about that? Then we can take that back, or just the questions you ask. Help us help the team. It's a very engaged team, a lot of talent there. And I really feel like this gave us that opportunity to now bring that forth in a different way. And because this all lives under one SD, meaning physical security, cybersecurity, records management, compliance, all these customer privacy. It brings it all together in a really nice way because it is so interconnected. And by bringing that, it kind of created the 360 that we really needed around this. So I just applaud that we did that. And I know the teams appreciated it. We talked about it in some of our town hall get together. So it's been really good. Eric, please add whatever you'd like to that.
Yeah, just to echo the points, it really filled in the gaps. Before it was very linear, and I think this is much more of a comprehensive strategic directive. I think the biggest change from last year was the specific call out of physical security. Physical security's always been there. It has always been part of the organization. It has always been at the forefront of everyone's mind as we secure our environment, but it was never called out anywhere. So that would be the first thing I would say. The second part is it now allows us the vehicle to provide good, solid metrics and key performance indicators of how we are enhancing the district's posture related to any sort of threats, vulnerabilities. Because obviously we ask for money, we ask for resources, whether that's human or financial. And with that, we're able to say, here's how we are benchmarking ourselves year over year. Are we seeing trends? I think that's kind of been the key piece. So it's really just more evolved than anything.
Javier, do you want to connect this SD revision to?
Absolutely. So thank you for the presentation, and I agree with what Kate and Eric have said. Long story short, we've always done these, right? It's physical and cybersecurity. It's not new. What the revision the board made last year to the SD helped us do was prioritize. I can tell you this without the shadow of a doubt. When we were in the middle of budget season, and we're going to talk about budget later on today, you'll get to see a lot bigger perspective on the whole budget. But for example, on this one, we had very distinct discussions around records management, investments we had to make on records management to protect, not only to protect the data that we have today, all these transmittals of documents that you mentioned, records version, but make the investments in records management that we need, acknowledging that this area is going to grow significantly with the amount of data coming in, digital data coming in. How are we going to really build the organization's capability to manage records, not only to meet compliance as we know it today, but to expand our capabilities going forward? Same thing with cybersecurity and physical security. But the conversations we've had around our our physical security, all the employees we have, the systems that we've been investing, it helped us prioritize those. To give you an idea, and I don't think it's too risky to mention these, but just 8 years ago, we had 1 or 2 full-time employees doing physical security with a few contractors, right? That has changed significantly, unfortunately, just to respond to the nature of the environment we're living in. Board's action helped us prioritize and make those investments, those necessary investments that we've been making for a while, but it just brings clarity to the budget table as we're assigning resources. So that's a very tangible way that I can see the board's direction shaping the way we're prioritizing resources.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any more either clarifying questions or any other comments you'd like to make about SD12?
I'll just add one more comment, which is I think that the adoption of the psychological safety package contributes to security and safety a lot. Nobody's saying, just do what I told you. They're saying, think about this and let's all solve the problems that we have together. So I think that's really commendable.
Certainly, that's the safety piece. And then if you see something, say something,
right.
that really starts blending into the security piece.
Question about customer privacy. I think when I think about the SD, it's primarily about prevention, right? And retention of customer privacy. I don't want to suggest that we have any gaps in it by any stretch, but my curiosity is around the policies and preparation that we've done in the event that customers' information is packed into. And like, I'm sure many of us have received a letter from random healthcare provider that says your data was breached and here's what we're doing and here's the support that we're providing. I don't need details, but I'm just curious about the extent to which we've got plans in place for the unlikely event when a customer's information is breached.
Yeah, you bet. So in the event of a breach, and nobody ever hopes for it, this has been discussed for many years. And I can tell you that Lisa Olson and her team have been top-notch, gold star, 5 out of 5, however you want to call it, in working and making sure that they're prepared should there be an event, whether that's media communication, public communication, and they've prepared for this and on a number of different levels, whether it's small, large, whatever it happens to be. So the great news about that is we are in a good spot. Part of the rewrite of the cyber incident response plan that was done earlier this year included much more coordination and collaboration with the communications department, with emergency operations, with the executive leadership team. So we took a much more comprehensive collaborative viewpoint on that to be prepared should that occur. With the tabletop exercises, making sure we're continuing to evolve our processes, making sure we're looking at how we're exercising, gives us that continuous evolution of if something changed, what do we need? Additional changes to new departments or whatever types of data we have. Obviously, with the onset of the new advanced metering system, that's another component. What is considered private, what is considered not? So again, just gonna have to continue to evolve, look at the risk associated with it, and continue to collaborate with the various teams. And it's been many years in the making. So I commend them. I commend all the work that they've done in preparation for that.
That's great, but so thank you for that. I appreciate the holistic look and thinking about how to constantly evolve it. But I want to be sure I understand is thinking about our, 800,000 customer owners, that we have plans in place to assist them, support them in the event that their information has been breached, right?
We have all that, yes, sir. With cyber liability insurance policy, breach coaches, our communication, however we need to do that. So yes. And then as well, we are doing tests. CISA and DHS are performing a breach assessment test for us in the first quarter next year to make sure we're doing what we say we're doing. And that's a coordinated effort. So we're going to check the box to make sure we are doing what we're supposed to.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Perhaps we can marry the information that you learn out of that breach with an ERM update that we'll have in the quarter of next year.
That would be a great opportunity to have that conversation.
Following on the comment about customer information and your reference to AMI, this strategic directive only considers essentially not letting information out. But that technology is only really maximally beneficial if we facilitate letting out appropriate amounts of information. And I guess I'm not sure if this is your side or perhaps their side. Any comments about how we are preparing to make sure that we are facilitating that at the request of customers, which is again, kind of explicitly the opposite end of this, is the appropriate access to someone's own personal information for their own uses, separate from not letting it out anywhere.
Let me address that quickly. Yes, so if we have this done well, then we can do the sharing much better. But we cannot even begin talking about sharing information if we don't have our house really well protected. And I think that's step number one, very important. And then eventually figure out how can we then let customers engage and interact with us at a later time will be super important. But for now, the most important thing is make sure we have the secure information environment well taken care of. That'll be the foundation for us to share.
I would also add the new data governance steering committee, the new data governance charter is focusing on the holistic, how do we interact with customer data? What do we allow out, et cetera. So that is part of that. We knew that would be a foreseeable requirement. So it is there.
Greg Williams, one maybe other addition where I think your question was going. In addition to all the things that were stated, our team is working through potential products and programs that can be fueled or facilitated by AMI level data. And that'll of course be married with these plans to make sure that we've got the correct notices and approvals from customers to use that data and to channel it back to them in a way that's beneficial. Those plans are under development, but very much on the radar screen.
Glad to hear, and that's kind of what I was hoping was that the two teams are working together to understand security first, to make sure that it is safe, not going where it shouldn't be, but also facilitating getting where people do want to send, or how they want to have access to information. Great, thanks very much.
All right, thank you. So certainly the governance committee has put it forward to accept the, recommend to accept the monitoring report. So this will be on our consent agenda right now. It's where it's planned to be. We can talk about that later. And then the next slide is just our reflections. I feel like we've kind of intermingled some of the reflections already, but if anyone have anything else to add right now, either board or ELT or Javier, move on. Okay, we can move on. All right, so the next topic on our agenda is LB 1300 board compensation adjustment. Mr. Foch is out today, but in his place, Troy Meyerson will be helping us with understanding this resolution.
Thank you, Director Bogner, for the opportunity to present this item. During the last regularly scheduled legislative session in March, the legislature passed LB 1300, which amended the Nebraska revised statutes to increase the statutory compensation limits for members of boards of directors for public power districts. No increase in the compensation.
Signal lost.
No increase in the compensation of the board of directors of this district has been made since January of 2005. And compensation adjustments are recommended for the board members and the board chairperson as outlined on Exhibit A, which is the attachment to this item. And the adjustments are to be implemented effective January 1st. So passed, at least brought to the board, if passed, would not be implemented until 2025.
January 2025 is the first date it's allowed to be implemented. Is there any limitation on that being delayed? Is there any limitation in the amendments or anything passed by the legislature that says it has to be implemented in January 1?
No,
Just
no,
anytime after
could not
that.
be, could not be implemented prior to.
Help us understand what our other colleagues in the state have already done around adopting this at their in their boards.
Sure. So NPPD has adopted an increase in their compensation as of their August meeting. But that again will not be implemented pursuant to the statute until January 1st of 2025.
Did they, did their resolution take their salary up to the full amount that's shown here on this?
I'm not sure about the exact amount that they increased, but I know that they did pass it and that they did increase it materially.
Very good. I know that we wanted to have a little bit of a discussion around this. You asked for some good information this week. Would you like an opportunity to share what you've learned about how the district has changed in these 20 years?
Sure. Yeah, I was just kind of generally interested in the history. So the chart that shows all of the compensation adjustments over time is super interesting to see. And in particular, looking at 2005 to today, part of what I wanted to understand was, if you just take salaries in 2005 and adjust them for inflation, what would that be today? It doesn't quite get us to the 26 that I think is proposed here today. And also, I found myself thinking like, what was this job like in 2005 and what's it like today? And so some of the information that I gathered was really a reflection of operating revenues in 2005 versus today. And operating revenues in 2005 were 666.6 million. And I think our budget is going to be 1.6, 1.7 billion, I believe. So that's a increase by 1.5 higher.
Too.
2? Okay.
$2 million.
So it's, so there's that, there's the growth in the generating capacity, there's the growth in the customers. So I was trying to gather some information to help me think about how the roles have changed and the complexity has changed. I'm also really curious, not to put you on the spot, but you're the only one that was here in
Yeah, I was
2005.
the race back then. It's,
Yeah, I'm interested, Mike, like to ask you a direct question, if you could characterize what the job was like then versus what it's like.
it's significantly more time consuming and involved now than it was back then, without question. The committee structure alone, which works well, has certainly increased the amount of time just in and of itself. The customer involvement with the directors. Back then, we were elected, well, it was kind of a hybrid. The three directors from outside the metro area had specific districts. The other 5 of us all shared the same district, which is basically the city limits of Omaha and Ralston, roughly. So we all 5 had the same districts. We ran staggered elections. So in effect, one would argue we represented 400,000 people. Now we run by district. You say, well, wow, you're probably doing less now than you did back then because you represent less people. No, it doesn't work that way. By being elected by district now, we appear to be more approachable, I think, by the public, and the public's more aware of who their director is. When they had 5 before, the Omaha area, now they have 1, and they know who that person is, and they're reaching out more. And I think the calls I'm receiving now, both from our residential customers as well as our commercial customers, has certainly increased. And it's not necessarily a reflection on the management of the company, the customers being disgruntled. I think they're just feeling more comfortable reaching out to us. All that takes more time. Certainly our involvement is greater. You touched upon the higher gross sales each year and the demand in power increase, the amount of power we need to produce, and obviously it's going to continue to do so. I would rather focus not on doubling the pay, but let's focus on what the actual dollar increase is. Is it about $1,130 some a month increase? Do I think we're worth $1,130 some a month more than what we were 20 years ago? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think so. And I think if you look at the rule of 72, which some of us are familiar with, and I get into math, I kind of get into the weeds a little bit, but I think we're around about a 3.5% increase these last 20 years with compounding. In any event, I support it, and I do think absolutely we are. Our time commitment is much greater than what it was 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Quick, we just confirmed that the MPPD approved rate increase matches what the board is contemplating now.
Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'll say as I've been thinking about this and trying to gather some information. I'll zoom way out just for a moment and say that philosophically speaking, I think it's really important to ensure that compensation of elected officials is appropriate so as to not eliminate the possibility for a lot of people from running. I'm not going to give examples, but I can think of a number of different elected positions where the compensation is so low that it eliminates a really significant majority of people from running and representing their constituencies. So philosophically speaking, I will say that I think it's really important that compensation is appropriate so as to attract more people. The data for me in this instance is highly supportive. But I'll just be honest, like there's a knot in my stomach in many ways because of the timing. Because we're going to talk about budget later, and the rate increases that are in front of us proposed, that in the face of this just has me really uncomfortable. I don't have any course of action. I just wanted to share with all of you that that's where I'm having some difficulty with it. And again, I don't have a course of action. I don't have any recommended anything at all. I'm just struggling to get over that.
There's never a convenient time. Sure. And to ever say that it's not awkward to vote yourself a pay raise.
Sure.
Certainly it's awkward. So it's strange. To focus a little bit too, and you mentioned how there's a lot of elected positions that people just can't afford to serve. Let's look at one snapshot right here in our house, this last election. There were 3 districts for the election. In my district, I had 2 opponents, which is about average. It's normal. It's healthy to have opposition and competition and so forth. I wish I didn't have it, but I did it, and that's the way it goes. Okay, the other 2 districts, Eric ran unopposed in his district, which maybe Eric's doing a great job and the folks, everybody's happy. I don't know. Okay, hopefully so. The 3rd district was Genesis, and Genesis isn't running for re-election. And this is particularly concerning. An open seat and only 1 person filed. That's very rare, I think. And some of that, I think, has to do with the fact that the time commitments involved. And I think you have to compensate for the time commitment. And also, not only the time commitment, but also there's a sacrifice in a lot of people's jobs where they just can't afford to serve. That's something we got to consider. Yeah.
If I may, there's the traditional role that the board has played where you come together at committees meeting and board meetings and present. That is certainly still the case today, but the way in which I am engaging with the board today is very different than it was just 3 years ago. I am asking you to do a lot more work than I was asking you. Why? Because the environment has changed significantly. I can job alone. Many times I am inviting board members to come with me to customer meetings, to industry meetings, to meetings with elected officials. And while I fully understand you do this job because you have a passion to serve, you're all public servants, you love your communities. I would be remiss if I didn't say that it gets awkward when I'm asking you to dedicate your time so much that many of you are burning through your own PTO in your own places of work. You're using your vacation time to work here at OPPD. And again, I'm not suggesting you wouldn't do it otherwise, but the requirements that I am putting on you to come help, come learn with me, to come engage in the industry with me are significantly higher than what I was expecting just a year or 2 ago. So to me, having a compensation structure that more accurately, more fairly reflects the demands that I'm asking all of you to meet is more than appropriate. For what it's worth, I think it's important to share.
I also think that the legislature would not have authorized this if they didn't feel like there was more value to our boards than what we're currently being compensated for. So I guess I think that by passing this Compensation Adjustment Act, they are recognizing that the industry has changed and that our board and the NPPD board and other boards in the state who run our utilities are investing in the utility and that we ought to be compensated for that. So I appreciate that the legislature recognized that and made an allowance for us to take this action. So.
Right, there certainly is a checks and balances with that. So, because it is absolutely awkward, as Mike said, to vote for our own compensation, but it had to be enabled by state legislature.
So,
Any other, go ahead.
yeah, followed a couple of the points. Over the first 6 years, I do think that I've spent about 2/3 of the annual leave from my day job in all-day meetings here, and I enjoy it, and that's nice. But that is not, thanks to you all for helping with that. But that is not a luxury that everyone has. And so to Craig's point about facilitating what type of people have the ability to be at this table and help lead our public power utility, I strongly support encouraging more people to have flexibility that if they do not have annual leave sufficient to take all day off at least once a month to be at an all-day meeting, that they would still be able to come up with a mechanism that allows them to do that. Regarding the amount of time we've spent, when I started in January of 2019, I did start a spreadsheet to track how many hours I was spending in board meetings, in trainings, and oh, well, you'll be surprised where this goes. I abandoned that almost immediately because very quickly I realized there was no way I could track the meetings and the emails and the out of meeting learning that I was doing, the conferences, the additional trainings. It just became completely impossible to track it. And it was significantly more than I was anticipating. And I have told people that a number of times since 2019. And so I do support this because I want more people to recognize that public service to our public utility is a benefit to our entire community. And I want to help facilitate that in all districts so that we have people stepping up and being willing to serve. And lastly, to your point about the relative expense of the board compensation compared to the entire organization, it is less than 0.1% of the annual budget for all of us over the course of the year. And so there is no noticeable impacts to the entire budget, nor any cost to any customer owners from the compensation increase for the board members. The entire compensation, if adjusted, would be less than 0.1%. So the increase would be something like 1/2 of 1/10 of 1% of the annual budget. And that is an amount that I feel is appropriate to help with the amount of work that we are asked to undertake, especially considering a new committee starting next year and the expanded role that Javier mentioned. So I'm very strongly supportive of this. I appreciate the legislature supporting us in this and that NPPD has made the same decision. And I am glad to see more support from more people who want to serve in this role in the future.
Well, I appreciate the robust discussion. Right now, this is a planned action for our consent agenda on Thursday. So we can speak about that later as well. But with that, we I believe that was the last item on my governance committee report, and the governance committee rests. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. We made slight adjustments to the order of the agenda for today. So next we'll have the Customer and Public Engagement Committee, and Director Howard is unavailable this week. And so we'll have that committee update and report led by Director Moody.
Yes, here we go. The chair's report. The material items on here are items number 3 and 4. We're going to get to those here next. Otherwise, there's nothing meaningful that we needed to report from pre-committee. So let's keep going.
Okay. Thank you, Director. I'd like to introduce Brooke Aiken. You all know her quite well, but I'd like to take the time to introduce quickly Devin Meisinger in the back there. Devin, thank you for your service as well. And James Caraway, thank you for your service. They are truly leaders in our community as well as the state. Jason Esser was unable to be with us today, so we'll pass on his recognition as well. So SD 11 was modified last year. And then the year before that as well. So this will be the first year that we have a complete reporting of this particular. So let's get to that right away. Brooke?
Very good. Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. You can see here our directive. This is really an enhanced directive that you guys set for us in June of 2022 to really give us the opportunity to execute on a thoughtful strategy, being responsive to our community's needs and interests. So you'll see that highlighted here today, and our strategy really reflects this. So if you go to the next slide, a couple of key foundational slides that really follow the International Economic Development Council. So we're a partner and collaborator of this economic development ecosystem you see here. And we incorporate this daily in our work. And our influence spans really across all of these in different ways to drive meaningful value to the communities, counties, businesses, and customers that we serve, and working alongside a lot of partners in this space. The next slide further highlights this and the roles that we play in our community. And so this varies depending upon what we're responding to and what we're trying to be a driver for. So we show up as a catalyst, an educator, an advocate, and really support our community initiatives in different ways, all in the reflection of supporting the needs of our businesses and the communities that we serve. Our next slide further highlights the needs of businesses, workers, and the communities collectively. These 3 pillars are fundamental, and it also is part of the International Economic Development Council. We recognize most significantly that there's more work that has to be done in this space, and so we keep this strategy at the forefront of how we show up. And you'll see, as you see these needs reflected here, it really reflects also our Powering the Future to 2050 vision. So let's bring this to life further today. We're gonna hit the next slide that shows the benefits that our strategic economic development focus plays and brings to our region to ultimately help us thrive and prosper collectively. So you'll see here a reflection of the economic impacts of projects that we landed over the last year where we were a key partner on, leader on, or driver on to help locate in our territory. You can see the diverse group of industries reflected here, over $476 million in economic impact. We had the university do an analysis for us in partnership with us. And collectively, these employers are bringing more than 400 high-skill, high-wage positions. And with this comes new annual revenue to OPPD. These numbers, importantly, tell part of the story. The success also lies in the partnerships that we're building. And this includes the state, the chamber, the counties, the cities that we serve. So our focus remains supporting our business community, recognizing it really is crucial to driving the direct and indirect economic impacts. We continue to respond to a lot of project requests across all industries. This also includes data centers. And while we're responding to these, I want to make mention we're not actively recruiting these. On the next slide, to build on this a little further, to deliver on these key projects from an energy perspective, we recognize that we must deliver on our core work, delivering on our mission, and really serving as a trusted partner to economic development. The pipeline of our work remains strong and possibly more than ever. We know that energy availability and costs really are two top 10 factors that drive business location decisions. We're competitive in that way. And also, as we continue to add renewables, we recognize that business interest also follows that. So as we pursue new generation, we're continually also investing in our region and our state. In some ways, we are an economic developer and equally matching up with what our businesses are investing in our state. So we will continue the pursuit of this. We work super closely in providing education and advocacy to local elected officials, organizations, conveying the load growth and the demand that we're seeing and working together to figure out how we can solve for future growth and development opportunities together. The next slide highlights the work that we know needs to be done to really support our communities, workers, and businesses. One of the great pieces that's done annually is analyzing how we look at this compared to other regions. So as we benchmark ourselves, we look at, for example, what the Greater Omaha Chamber has done with their barometer report, comparing us as a region to 9 other regions. These are aspirational communities, peers, and as well as competitors. And our overall ranking is 6th out of 10. So we continue to keep this in mind as we strategically plan for the future and work with our state and our region on new programs, policies, strategic planning, really in parallel with these partners. The next slide brings this to life a little bit further. We're presidents of economic development organizations. We serve on more than a dozen local, regional, state boards involving economic development. And we all in the pursuit of really being a catalyst to continue to cultivate the growth and thriving communities that we're seeking. So over the last year in some of these spaces, as an example, we've supported countywide housing studies. We've brought communities together to collaboratively strategic plan and hosted workshops in that way. We've also done a lot of due diligence with our community partners on speculative economic development sites. Just to highlight a few, you'll see here also that we've also participated in statewide initiatives. A new one that launched this year is the 6 Regions, 1 Nebraska initiative, where the focus in our metro region and also our southeast region has really been on housing and infrastructure. So we're at the table in those settings. We also are supporting our business community and have been a key partner of the Entrepreneurship Education Collaborative, really providing best practices to small businesses. And we continue to work closely with development districts, cities, counties on comprehensive planning work, as well as on strategic investments, things like the streetcar, and showing up with our partners to really support what the community is pursuing. The next slide you'll see shows our leadership in the community on workforce and needs and other items. You can see here our areas of focus. We had a year of firsts and also enhancing partnerships. This includes Metropolitan Community College. We continued our sustainability boot camp. We also continue to partner with the University of Nebraska Extension Office, and we're a part of hosting a Connect the Dots event, not just in one community, but actually 5, and served more than 600 students in that way. We also have been a key partner in supplier diversity events, a great focus here. There was the inaugural Nebraska Supplier Diversity Trade Conference where we were a presenter at that and really put a focus on how we support our small and mid-sized businesses as well as minority business enterprises in making sure they have the information and knowledge to be a part of our procurement process. On the workforce front, our human capital team chairs the board of the Heartland Workforce Solutions organization. We continue to focus on current and future workforce energy needs, including with the Nebraska Energy Workforce Consortium. We also established a national presence with key organizations to promote careers in energy with a particular focus on Latino, Black, and women in engineering. On the next slide, you'll see how we're responding, a few highlights of really showing up for our community and their needs. We launched our first Youth Power Summit at the Kiewit Luminarium, a really exciting event with STEM learning that we plan to do again. And our customer sales and service team really drove that event. We also have been a leader and a partner continually with Habitat for Humanity, showing up to many different Rock the Block events. Another highlight over this year, certainly in partnership with our customer sales and service team, was launching 2 new community resource fair pilots. Really exciting work in this space. On the next slide, you'll see a highlight, 2 highlights rather, of some of the business resources and tools we're providing. Size Up continues to be gaining great traction. We really brought this to our community, and it's a tool that provides market intelligence that a lot of our small business community is after. And our team has showed up to partner with service providers and offer trainings and events around this tool, including with Grow Nebraska's Women's Business Center. We also played a key role as a founding partner over the last 4 years involving SourceLink, which bridges the gap to provide a robust network of tools for entrepreneurs and small businesses. And over this last year alone, it helped provide support to more than 1,000 entrepreneurs. Really great partnership there with Nebraska Business Development Center. On the next slide, you'll see that our programs and offerings continue to evolve. A few of the outcomes in the last year where we're supporting cost savings and sustainability come from our customer sales and service team. The Renewable Energy Credit Program was established to help customers offset their carbon emissions. You can see some of the outcomes reflected there, as well as the Greener Together program, which continues to make impacts across our community, including particularly in North and South Omaha this year. On the next slide, you'll see that we placed an intentional and strategic focus on site development. We highlighted a few examples for you involving the municipal inland port. There's a couple in our service territory that we're certainly actively at the table on, serving as a board member on the Omaha one in particular. And we're really working statewide on this to figure out how we can enhance further policy and programming around these to make these successful. Exciting work there. Another example includes the partnership we have in South Omaha. There's a great effort underway of which our team's been at the table on in really rethinking redevelopment and new development, not just on industrial, but also residential and commercial. And so really excited to be a part of that committee and the planning of it.
Really quick, Brooke, you were selected to be a board member of the Municipal Inland Port Authority. I know you mentioned it in passing, but it's a big deal, and I want to recognize it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's really exciting. And our team, they're experts, right? And this goes beyond even our core economic development team. We're sought after to sit on county infrastructure committees. We're also part of the state's advisory committee involving LB 644, which targets the top areas for economic development across the state. A lot of great work in this space. The closing slide of our presentation on the next really shows how our organization collectively is driving economic development, supporting the foundation of it and really fueling the engine to support our state and its future growth opportunities. So this includes everything from studies to education to advocacy, supporting economic development policy and programming. The list here is really endless. And as we look to next year and beyond, we really want to build upon this and really drive further for the long-term vision of supporting economic development, helping OPPD in this space, as well as fundamentally providing service to our communities and customers. And so with that, the next slide is the recommendation, and to show that we're in compliance and certainly open it up to feedback and questions.
Thank you, Brooke. Well done. As is indicated up here, the committee aligned on the recommendation here and heard the report in our pre-committee meeting. We were pretty happy with it and had a few questions, but wanted to open it up to you all. Any comments, questions, concerns with the report?
Director Moody, may I just add quickly? Well, the 4 of economic development, this is a district-wide effort collaboration because my colleagues and their organizations, this couldn't happen without the support of the entire organization. So this too, like SD 13, is in the DNA.
Thank you, Lisa. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Awesome report.
Hey. Exclamation point. Well
Awesome
done.
work. Yes.
Okay, as we migrate to the next slide, would love any reflections. I will just offer, I didn't have this observation in pre-committee, but as you were going through, one of the things that I realized, I think 2 things that fit together. One is the way in which you all have been responsive to the changing environment around you, right? Like this report and our activities 10 years ago, I think are dramatically different than what we're doing today, which is to say, it's not just limited to what the traditional definition of economic development is. There's a lot of community development activities in there that I think are really, really important and powerful. I mean, part of what I always think about when we go to this report is, what does our state need us to do? What does our community need us to do? Just bringing in more massive businesses isn't necessarily a thing right now. It's people, it's housing, it's all of these other things that I think are needed in the state. And I love the way in which we're showing up in those spaces to help solve some of those other issues, which has me thinking a little bit about the title of this SD being perhaps a little bit limiting in terms of how we talk about it. Not suggesting a change necessarily now, but that was one of my key reflections as we onto this. So colleagues, any other reflections on what's been accomplished, challenges, or strategic implications?
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I know that some folks in Nebraska think that, you know, Omaha is gobbling up all the economic development from the state. And I think that that's not true from what I see across my district. From Ashland all the way up to Blair and Hooper, things are building and growing. And whether it's a chicken barn in Saunders County or a new restaurant, new, housing, we're growing. And I know that OPPD plays a big part in that. And I thank you and the team for bringing all of our communities to the table as you're talking about economic development. I think from the time that I met Jim O'Brien and when I was first on the Ashland Economic Development Board, I really understood the role that OPPD plays in the robust economy of this district. So thank you.
Hey, Janice. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I would echo the thanks and congratulations on the success and leadership and partnership that we have and continue to show to businesses across our service territory and in collaboration across the state of Nebraska. So lots of great things have been happening. I am continually interested in kind of the small energy products and services and how we are facilitating other businesses who want to get into that area. I recently attended for the third time a conference on small distributed energy resources, and while small, they are numerous. Solar, storage, heat pumps, EVs being the big four that I have seen a lot of interest in. I've been approached twice recently by people who want to start a business in EV charging. And so, I think there's more recognition that these types of technologies are not traditionally within the scope of the large generation, transmission, distribution, customer service that we have provided, but that they are at the edge case. And so I hope that we can, in our future economic development, consider how are we facilitating what we have previously determined, discussed a number of times as businesses that we believe are probably outside of what is our core mission, but how do we facilitate them being successful? HVAC contractors wanting to do heat pumps rather than gas furnaces, facilitating and accelerating solar and storage on homes and businesses. Again, EV charging, which continues to come up. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I hope that in future versions of this report and in the way we consider that, facilitating people coming to us and having answers and then supporting them, even if it's not something that we're going to do directly, but something that we can support in small businesses that, again, small and numerous, still has a huge impact across our community. So I hope that's something we can keep in mind as we look forward.
Very good.
Very important, very, very important, and also including our rural communities, right? How are we including developing business opportunity? Rural communities, about 85% of our territory is rural,
Right.
but only 15% of our customers are rural. So I think it's important. I think that I absolutely echo that. Something important, I think it's, the state of Nebraska's gross domestic product is hovering around $140 billion a year. More than half of that, about 73 to 74 billion dollars a year, is powered through the electricity that we provide at OPPD. More than half of the state's gross domestic product is powered through the electrons that we serve. And we can't take all the credit, but without those electrons, that economic activity and prosperity wouldn't be possible. So I think this is super important. And I think going on the reflections on how is this important for our strategic vision, I think because it's critical, right? The growth, the well-being, and the vibrancy of our communities depends on us doing our job really well. And so I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brooke. Okay, on to the legislative session. The CPE committee, we did talk about what will be coming up, starting in January, and it's a long session through June, but we thought we would tee this up to give highlights. So Seth?
So I have to be on vacation until January, right there.
We have 8 slides here for what's going on. I think I only have half an hour to get through it though, Riley.
No.
Get through these quick. So this is what we're gonna look at, a quick election update, some of the stuff that's been happening for the rest of this year, where we're gonna be, and then what were the rumored bills, those kind of things that are gonna be coming up in the next session. We'll do a federal legislative update and then our upcoming and next steps. So next slide, please. So we did this slide last week and it's already out of date. State legislature, 17 new senators, 33 Republicans, 16 Democrats. District 13 that race was called yesterday. So Senator-elect Ashley Spivey will be in that district. So that's gonna be great. We met with her. She's gonna be great. There's gonna be a lot of new committee chairs and members on all the committees. So we're gonna anticipate what that's going to be. That won't be set until they actually get in the session on the first day. So more to come on that once we get there. And then the way we see it with the elections that happen right now, it's going to be a little bit more moderate than it has been in the past, which we think will be good. We think there's going to be some good policies. There's with 33, the margins are pretty tough for it to get either way on either side. On the federal side, as we all know, there's new administration. See how that's going to come about. They have to approve all the new cabinet members and all that kind of stuff. We'll see where that's going to go. As of right now, the Senate is 53 Republican, 47 Democrats. The House election, some of the elections still haven't been called, but I just checked back there. So it's 218 Republicans, 212 Democrats with 5 undecided, and they think those are going to break 2-3 either way. There's some California districts. There's still one in Iowa that hasn't been called yet. So we'll see where that's going to go. Then again, new congressional and committee leadership in both the House and Senate. once that comes up, we'll kind of understand where we're gonna be on some of our priorities and where we're gonna be going. Next slide, please. Still this year, we've had interim studies, LB 409s on the retirement systems. Jeff Bishop's gonna be testifying on that on Thursday. LR 432 was, this one's still coming up. It's about digital asset mining. And this is mainly around an issue that was happening out in the North Platte area. Senator Jacobson's calling that one, so we'll monitor that one as well. And then we had LR 469, which was on new and emerging technologies in the nuclear industry. They usually do this annually to see where we're gonna go, see where Nebraska's gonna play and that kind of stuff. And that's what that one was about. Focused on small modular reactors, a little bit on micro reactors, but they also talked about the new AP 1000s that went in Georgia on the larger ones as well. Next slide, please. So this eye chart is about all the things we've heard that could potentially come up in the next session. It's a lot. There's going to be 4 basically on the zoning issues that we've heard. We'll see where that's going to go. It's a lot of stuff that's coming up that we're going to be taking a look at and see where that's going to be. Until they're introduced, they're just rumored right now to see where we're going to be. So one's on addressing private transmission, energy storage, and the zoning ones. And a lot of these we're going to be taking a very keen look at to make sure that public power is protected in the state. We'll be working with the Nebraska Power Association to make sure we're all aligned where we can be and kind of going forward there. But the one thing about this chart is 8 years ago, we may only be tracking about 10 things. Now we're looking at 20 that we just heard of. That's not including the slew of bills that we haven't heard of yet. And some of these will have 2 or 3 on their own. So it's going to be a long session. Starts on January 8th, goes to June 18th this year. A very long, drawn out session. We're only doing 4-day work weeks. So it'll be fun. Next slide, please. Federal legislation. These are all the things we've been working on the federal side the last few years, and these aren't going to stop either. The ones that we highlighted are the ones that are going to be coming up probably first and foremost. IRA, IIJA issues, and we should also put in tax exempt financing and our taxing ability. So the main thing that's going to happen in the House and in the Senate is they're going to look at extending the 2017 tax cuts. And in order to do that, they need pay-fors. Well, a lot of times with the pay-fors, IRA, IIJA can be a good pay-for for them, is what they're saying. Tax exempt financing can be a pay-for for them. So we always have to keep very vigilant on making sure that we're protecting what is in there. A lot of people want to take a sledgehammer to it. There's a lot of people that are saying maybe just a scalpel. There's a lot of us that are saying, well, don't touch it at all. So we'll see where that's going to go. Permitting reform, there's going to be a push in the lame duck for that. I just don't think it's going to go through. Some utilities have issues with it because there's some FERC jurisdictional issues over public power. And right now, nobody really wants to compromise on where they're going. So it's probably not going to go, but that will be introduced very early in January to see where that's going to be. Then for us here, Missouri River issues on the ice jams. We still have our language in the Senate bill on WRDA. We have report language in the House, and we've been working with our delegation, other utilities, to make sure that their delegations are weighing in to make sure that stays in the bill. So far, so good. We hear it still have issues, but again, we need to try to get the WRDA bill attached to something that has to pass in the lame duck, and that's the hard part. Because right now it's defense authorization. It's a couple other things like that. We need to make sure that that stays in there so we can start that process with the Army Corps to make sure we're addressing the ice jams. But again, there's a lot of issues on there that we keep an eye on, those kind of things. A lot of moving parts, a lot of smaller bills that then get put into bigger bills that we have to watch everything that's going on. Always fun how the sausage is made on the federal side. Next slide, please. These are big issues that we talked about, making sure it stays in there, tax exempt financing. The way they're going to do the tax issues and that stuff is on budget reconciliation. So that only takes a simple majority in both the House and Senate. It's kind of the way of the world now, since the margins have been relatively close. In the House of Representatives, it'll be these kind of margins going till 2030 or adding later after that when they redistrict to see how that's going to go. Reconciliation is how they're going to do everything. And right now, the next 2 years, they get one each year. So we'll see how that's going to go. Permitting reform Like I said, it's stalled a little bit, but they're trying to push real hard right now. Senator Manchin's pushing pretty hard to get that done because it's his last few months in office. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to do that. And then for us, the big part for us is our interactions with the American Public Power Association, the Large Public Power Council, the Nuclear Energy Institute, and the American Clean Power Association is how we really keep a pulse on a lot of these things. APPA and LPPC specifically are taking the lead on working on financing issues in the IIJA, making sure that those aren't paid for, and if they are, minimizing that pay for as best they can. We're always in constant contact with those folks and making sure that we're all doing what we can and them utilizing us when they need us to do that, so.
So very important, it's gonna be a year of money, a year of taxes. And so for us, very, very important for us, the priorities are gonna be maintain, retain, defend as much as we can, tax exemption, first and foremost. The needs, financing needs of the industry are very large with all the infrastructure we're building, so tax exemption is important. We believe that bringing back advanced refundings may be a really long shot. So at this point, it's just maintain tax exemption, maintain as many attributes of the IRA and IIJA as possible, tax incentives, tax payments, direct pay, that's gonna be huge. And probably very, very important within that is domestic content rules with Treasury so that we can truly make use of the direct pay provisions of the IRA for public entities to build, own and operate renewable plants. That to me is, that's gonna be in that order, how we move forward and
Yeah, it's gonna be a fight on a lot of that too, because a lot of times when the tax writing committees, they're just looking for pay force for money and then most times they throw everything that sticks and then other members start coming in and taking those things off. So we'll make sure and stay vigilant on all that. Make sure we are gonna be where we are. Next slide, please. As always, this is what we're gonna do here, continuing the execution of our state and federal legislative strategy. And then just our communication process with you guys and how all that's gonna work. It's gonna get fast and furious January 8th and through there'll be 10 days of bill introductions. Last year they changed the rules so they can only do 20 bills each. Everyone thought, oh, they're gonna be a lot less. Well, now everyone's saying like, oh, I have 12 bills left, who wants them? So there's still gonna be a big number of bills that are out there and we'll see what's gonna happen. Keep it all
when
priced.
is the session
It's
scheduled?
January 8th to June 18th.
Long session.
It's 120 days, but the issue that we have is they're doing 4-day work weeks, which a lot of us were saying, hey, how about we do a couple fives in there, but they didn't.
So could you help us understand the way in which we engage at a federal level around administrative activities? So in other words, this is the legislative strategy, right? But the new administration is going to be taking some actions administratively that don't require Congress to be involved. How do the APPA get involved? Do we get involved in any of that? Do we have agency in any way, shape or form, or help us understand how we engage in that process?
Yeah, we all do. APPA, LPPC, all the groups that we have on there, they're always engaged with the incoming, with the old administration and the incoming administration. We work through our delegation. Sometimes if there's an issue for us, that they can contact the agencies as well. That way, we work with committee staff and leadership staff on both sides. They can help us in that way. Then we also have our own contacts. You know, DC is a very small town when you really look at it. A lot of the people that are there either go from the administration to the Hill and back and forth and come in the lobbying ranks, but the energy world is very small out there. So I don't like saying this, but I've been in that energy world for 28 years, and a lot of the people that are out there are still the same people I worked with before. So we have ways to get in there and talk with the people. On the administrative side, though, it's going to be different with the incoming administration on how all that's going to work. I think we're going to be good on how that works. We'll have some good insight and some good inroads on those kind of things, especially with our delegation, how they work, and the committee staffs that we've just talked with throughout the time, my time here, and getting to know them, being a trusted source of information from them helping us on that side. It's going to be an all of the above, all encompassing way to get to where we need to be. So, it'll It's gonna be a lot, but we'll make sure we touch every point we can and then keep just driving home our messages on what we need.
Thank you. However, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, so yes to all of that. And the Supreme Court's decision last year on the Chevron doctrine, it's gonna make things a little harder, slower, I would say, when engaging with any agencies, whether it's the EPA, the Department of Energy, the land management, et cetera. They're agencies that we'll continue to engage with, but the regulatory outcome of those might be slowed down. Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's any dispute in interpretation, now it's Congress who gets to decide, right? It's the authority to determine regulatory outcomes now has been diluted away from the agencies, and it may go back to Congress. So there's a higher likelihood of processes taking longer.
Sure.
Because of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree.
No, I think that's right.
And there will be a lot of lawsuits for whatever it is, so. It's the way of the world in DC right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the report. Colleagues, any last questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
Hang in there. Patience.
Chair Williams, the CP committee rests.
Thanks very much. We've already adjusted the agenda once. I think we're about to do it again, Mary, if this is okay with you. I think we are likely to go to lunch right now. Jeff, everybody on your team good to come back after lunch for your items if we break now?
I think so.
With that, we'll go to lunch and come back at 12:15 and continue with the finance committee at that time. Very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session. We'll start with the finance committee and the chair report from Dr. Spurgeon.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Yes, the Finance Committee met on Friday, November 8th, for a nice long meeting to our usual beginning items. And then we had a third quarter retirement fund report, followed by a third quarter financial report, followed by a 2025 preliminary operating plan report. And we ended with our usual items. And you get to hear 3, 4, and 5 that are on the agenda there. So I'm going to turn that right over to CFO Bishop for the third quarter retirement fund report.
Thank you. We will excited to present out on the third quarter results. We'll have John Thurber come up, the Director of Treasury and Financial Operations. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Vice President Bishop. Just a quick report out on the third quarter financial performance for our retirement plan. As you can see on our board data sheet, plan had a very strong third quarter, as did the entire market. The plan ended the third quarter at 1.28 billion. That compares to the market value at the beginning of the quarter of 1.23 billion. Employee contributions during the quarter were 5.8 million. The district contributed 15.7 million, and benefit payments totaled 28.7 million, along with an increase in our market return of 57.2 million. So very strong return. You can see our asset mix is within the approved investment policy guidelines by the board, approved by the board. We did have a quarterly return of 5.1%, a very strong overall return. It was under the index return of 6.1%. When there's a pretty dramatic change, we have a tendency to lag a little bit compared to the index with our active managers, and so that was the case. I would note that there's a couple of changes we are going to make. Our domestic equity and international equity have been lagging the indices. And as a recommendation from Siegel Marco, we are making some proposed changes that we will bring to the board. Wellington, our mid-cap equity manager, was put on watch, and that watch period ended September 30th, and they did not meet the performance criteria. So we've started a search process to replace Wellington as a mid-cap equity manager. And then we have 2 international managers, Allspring and Invesco. They originally were Wells Fargo and Oppenheimer. They're both emerging market equity managers. Those managers were put on a not recommended list by Siegel Marco, our investment advisor, and as such, we've started the process to look at replacements for those managers also. So we plan to bring those replacement managers to the board, most likely in the January or February timeframe for your review. As always, the members of the Finance Committee are welcome to join us during the process of looking and finding replacement managers. And we appreciate Director Spurgeon's engagement with us on our investment committee meetings. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Do you have the follow-up slides or the following slides?
Yeah, you can see on the next slide, you can see the assets and you can see the various returns that we have from our various investment managers for the quarter, year to date, and the difference compared to the index. You look at that, and then on the next slides, we have our return, and you can see that we've finally made up for some negative return that occurred during the pandemic, primarily in 2022.
Next slide is.
Next slide shows kind of our quarterly returns. You can see we topped out in the fourth quarter of 21, and now we've finally gotten to the point where we've actually exceeded that slightly.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Director Williams.
Yeah, predictions are difficult, especially about the future. Would you like to make any?
I can tell you that as of September 30th, we just had to review the plan and return 9.5%. So we're well above the 6.5% we need to return for the year. So it looks like that we will be in good shape for 2024. So we'll keep looking at it. And the return so far over the last month and a half in the fourth quarter seems to be doing well too.
And then additional years in the future, I assume the response is not anticipating any significant changes from our overall approach strategy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to affirm to members of the public and employees who are listening is that this part of the Treasury Department are very eagle-eyed and thoughtful about looking after your retirement monies and the monies that OPPD puts in on your behalf, and are doing their best to make sure it's well taken care of. So, Mr. Bishop, next report.
Thank you. We will keep it going and go with the third quarter financial update with Laura Langford. Thank you, Laura.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Like just said, we're going to talk about the third quarter financials. We have the reporting item up here. We did meet earlier this month with the Finance Committee and went through a deep dive, not only of the budget comparisons, which is what we'll talk about today, but we also did a year-over-year comparison as well. As we've talked about in previous quarters, kind of continued. We've had some financial challenges this year. The numerous storms that we've had, we've talked about that as well. That has really impacted us, but we have a good plan as we go forward. So if we go to the next slide, spend a little time here going through the charts and some of the details. We'll start in the upper left with retail revenue. So year to date with retail revenue, we've been under budget about $11 million. We have seen growth in the industrial category, but as Javier talked about weather earlier, that weather has really impacted our revenues. And so on the residential and the commercial side, we have seen lower usage, warmer in the winter months earlier this year, and then a little bit cooler of a summer. We had some hot days, but it was overall a little bit cooler. So that is impacting our retail revenue. Then if we go down to the next on the left in the middle there, off system revenue, there we are over budget for the year, about $44 million. We've had higher congestion hedging revenue in the SPP market that has helped kind of boost that income. And then if we move over to kind of round out our net power cost to fuel and purchase power expense, we're over budget year to date here, about $53 million. The bulk of that is related to additional purchase power expenses. Part of it's the impact of Winter Storm Jerry earlier this year. But then as we've had some longer generation outages, we've needed to purchase more in the marketplace. So that has been put us over budget. And then to go up to the top on O&M expense other than fuel and purchase power, here we're over $43 million year to date. This is where we're seeing the impacts of the storm. The majority of that's causing that over budget position is related to our storm costs that we've had this year. This is also an area, just to remind you all, that last month I came and talked to you about regulatory accounting. We approved that last month. So this is where you're going to see the impact of that. We haven't recorded that yet. It was approved in October. My team will be reporting that later this year as we close out the year. We'll be removing about $33 million is our estimate right now of expenses to a regulatory asset. So that'll move to our balance sheet. We'll recognize that expense in future years. And so that is the area where we'll see that impact, and it'll improve that budget position. And then dropping down to the bottom, we have other income and other expense. On the other income side, we are over budget here about $33 million. Part of that is from additional allowances for funds used during construction. Part of it was also investment income. The third quarter was pretty good. You can see that block on the third quarter, the orange in the middle was pretty good. Didn't quite hold for October, but it was good at the end of September. And then on other expense, we are just slightly, just a slight budget variance of about $500,000 related to some interest expense, so not much there. Before we go to the next page, any questions on this page? So go to the next page. So on the left here, we have operating income and net income. From an operating income perspective, we are under budget $61 million. And then net income, we are also under budget about $30 million. The bulk of that is from the additional expenses we've had this year. Again, we'll see some of that position improve as we record the regulatory asset with storms. The net income is not quite as far under budget. This is where we have the help from that investment income that offsets some of the operating income that we have being under budget. And then over on the right, we have cash balance and our capital spending. From a cash perspective, we're fairly close year to date, but about 21 million under budget overall, where we thought we would be. And that's just due to the additional expenses we've had this year. So additional cash that we paid out. And then on the capital side, year to date, we're underspent about $27 million. That's only about 5%. That is something that we're watching closely as we continue towards the end of the year. We did have those additional turbines we purchased early in the year. And so we're keeping track of that since that was higher than what we had expected. But then we've also had some underspend with our enterprise priority projects. And then lastly, just to cover the SD impacts that have a financial component on SD2 related to rates, based on the EIA information that we had for the third quarter that was final, we're at 16.2% below that defined 7-state region. And then lastly, on SD3, access to credit markets for our debt service coverage at the end of September, we were at 1.62 times, and that's against our target of 2.0 times. We do expect to be at 2.0 times by the end of the year. And part of that impact will, again, be moving those storm costs to a regulatory asset. And then from a liquidity standpoint, we did improve our days cash in hand from the second quarter to the third quarter to 233 days, which puts us in a good position and well above our minimum of 100 days of cash on hand.
The debt service coverage ratio, 1.62, that we have already taken the action that will have the influence to move that toward the 2.0 with the regulatory accounting, right?
Correct.
That was last
Yes.
month, and this was just September 30th.
Right.
That was
Correct.
before we took that action, which is why we're still saying that number.
Correct. And we will not actually book that entry until we're closing out the year, because we're still kind of at an estimate, especially with the July costs. But yes, that'll be a positive impact for that.
Thank you.
So
And it's not the whole thing. So it helps, but Jeff, I think
Not
we're gonna
everything.
talk about other actions we took on rate stabilization fund,
what I was-
plus
what-
management, things that we're doing to get us to that two times that service coverage.
Yes.
But certainly the regulatory accounting, really matching FEMA reimbursements with expenses next year, that helps, but didn't close the gap completely.
Sorry, do we want to talk about the rate stable? I'm curious about that. So we're going to tap into the rate
We can cover that in
stabilization.
COP.
Okay, so I'll table my question until we talk.
But sorry, straight to your point, this is current quarter, that's next year's COP, so we will discuss current year actions leading into the next COP at that time.
Yeah, we'll talk about 2024 results and how those impact some of our actions requested for 2025.
Love it.
So you'll see really quick, what you will see is towards the end of the year, there will be a gap. Get us to 2 times the service coverage. That gap is intended to be covered by having a deposit from a rate stabilization account in there, make us whole to the 2 times the service coverage, which means that we'll have to then replenish that rate stabilization account next year. Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder here.
We're done. We're on slide 5 now, COP.
Directors, have you any other questions?
You want to Call out Laura. We've continued to modify. She's done a great job to modify the financial report for new and upcoming information. So a lot more detail in there about retail revenue results, what's going on by customer class, heating degree days, cooling degree days, also production, and then also storm costs. So just want to call out the innovation in your reporting. That means.
And also celebrating 25 years with the district.
Yeah.
All right. Jump into the COP. So excited to present the 2025 COP. We're in an exciting and transformative time for the utility. What we'll plan to do, the goal for today is to go through a quick overview and the development of the plan, key assumptions that drive the plan, and then ultimately the financial outcomes and rate impacts. We'll be looking for hopefully a board action in the December board meeting. Let's move on to the next slide. As we think about it, I think it's important that we understand the process that we go through to get us here. It's not a it's not a fast process. This takes a lot of time and effort across the entire enterprise. We started in the April timeframe, literally 8 months ago, working on load forecast. And again, that's the critical drivers we think about our plan. Wholesale marketing, figuring out what's going to happen relative to gas, power prices, how are we going to balance the system out. Very complex and volatile. And then we get into the monthly detailed budgets in the May through July timeframe. We have our resource optimization sessions where we go through and meet in detail, going through each of the detailed budgets that the business units submit. We also go through a resource planning council session where we've got a team that's cross-functional, spends well over 48 hours reviewing our capital budgets. The reason I bring that up, it's important to understand the process. We had a lot of big decisions in front of us this year as we looked at specifically what was coming our way. We're a growing utility. As we look across the different asks that come from the organization, a lot of big asks, right? What you need to do your business. And so we had to make some very difficult decisions, and you're going to see that come forward in terms of what we've put forward in the budget. As we talk about the initial asks and what some of the reductions were, we had a $1.1 billion capital budget. We reduced that by $350 million. As it relates to headcount, we originally had 150 additional positions being added. That's very similar to what we had last year. We reduced that down by 88 positions. And then as it relates to some of our more specific capital projects, some of the enterprise priorities, those we had to assess, looking at the resources we had available, but ultimately made the decisions from a prioritization perspective to defer some of those investments. The West Service Center, Training Center, our wholesale energy risk management system, EPM, and some of our fleet purchases. So just to highlight some of the decisions that were made as we went through this process. That leads us to where we're at today. I do want to highlight the fact that we have, in October, we went through a 5-year forecast with the Finance Committee. We're meeting today to talk about the preliminary COP, and then again, we'll look to get the formal, the COP approved in December by the board. I do want to thank everyone across the utility for all their efforts. Again, that's a huge effort for the past 8 months to get us to this point, and it involves everyone. So thank you very much for that.
Sorry, briefly, you mentioned looking forward, the headcount number, and I have the same question that we had in the pre-committee there. You mentioned 150 and a decrease to 88. That is a lower increase in additional headcounts. That is not a decrease in current headcount.
That is correct. So we added a total of 62 positions.
Okay.
Last was for one.
Just want to make sure that we're not kind of casually glancing over the idea that we're decreasing headcount or anything like that. And yeah, it's a lower increase.
Lower increase, thank you. Yeah, and again, just asking the organization, what can we get done with what headcount we have today, recognizing that those are major decisions for the utility to move forward.
Is that a relatively temporary hold back on hiring, or is that just a long-term thing?
No, I think as we continue to move through, a lot of it was if you have open positions, make sure those are getting filled. Really trying to focus folks in on what's the key work that needs to get done. Is there other things that can be reprioritized? Again, recognizing that we don't have infinite resources, but really looking at folks to reprioritize work.
I would say, Mike, if there was a very robust conversation around the table with all the vice presidents on these, and I would say the vast majority of the positions that were requested are still needed. It's a matter of how much can we absorb in one go. We've been adding a lot of people in the past couple of years. There's a lot of training and turnover that we need to process throughout the organization. There were a handful, there were a few positions where with talking with the VPs, we realized actually, you know what, that seems redundant, or maybe we can find a different way of doing that same work with fewer resources. So a few of them, through good conversation and prioritization, we realize we don't need those going forward. I would say the vast majority of them we will need. It's just a matter of timing. How do we spread these out over the next few years in a way that helps our teams train others, but also doesn't put too much rate pressure all in one year, and we can actually spread this out over.
Maybe I missed a part two, but any growth in the number of employees, is that related to the new gas plants?
Growth in employees is related to growth in the district, I would say. So yes, the new gas, the new generation, we're adding 11 new turbines to the 16 we currently have. So there's always the need for more maintenance, operations of those units. I think the one thing that is overlooked sometimes is we continue to add miles and miles and miles of distribution lines, street lights, underground. That needs more people. So I would say in the past few years, we've focused a lot of our augmentation people on technology services, looking at Kate and others. This year, I would say for the past 3 years, there's been a big emphasis on operations, facility operations. So that has been the bulk of our employee augmentation is on operations, distribution, generation. Troy?
Craft, engineering.
Yes.
We've hired a lot of engineers last year, this year, hire more next year. But you can only bring on so many at a time, having them spread out and kind of work through your training processes are really important. Steam fitters, electricians, we're adding some substation folks next year. So a good balance, at least in my group, between those who are out in the field or in the plants doing the work and those who engineer and plan the works. At all.
Interesting data point on that is 80% were between TS and utility operations, with the majority being utility operations for context. I think we'll keep us going on the next slide. So here we've got strategic directive 2, which is rates that's put forth by the board, again, having us maintain reasonable rates. We've got 7 different items here that are called out. I want to touch base on 3 specifically. Again, we look to deliver on all of these. Equitably assigned costs across and within customer classes. This is a really important piece as we think about how we apply cost of service. And we're going to talk about that here in a moment, that's an important piece as we continue to look at our growing utility. Pursue rates that are directional and reflect the cost of energy when used. We only incur our costs. We're not building up reserves. We only ask for rates when they're needed. And so that's an important piece. We want to make sure we're keeping money in our customers' pockets and also out in the community. And lastly, the last one is pursue a directional rate target that's 10% below the North Central average. This has been put forth by the board. We're very proud of the fact that if we look at our 2023 EIA data, we're 15.8% below the regional average. As we think about that on a national average, we're at 27.4%. Again, that's using the 2023 data. We've just got the 24 data, which came out recently. And again, we're 32.5% below the national average. So if we think about what that means in terms of keeping dollars in our customers' pockets, if we were to adjust to the national rate, that would be roughly $400 million. So we're very proud of the fact that we've continued to invest in the utility, grow the utility, but continue to become more competitive on the national scale. Go to the next slide. As we think about critical assumptions, obviously we focus on our mission to provide affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive power. I'd really highlight the importance of that as it relates to 2024 and as we look at 2025. We're going to spend some time talking about the challenges we had in 2024, storms, different events that came our way, really challenged our reliability. As we think about our focus for 2025 as well, making sure that we're investing and ensuring better resiliency and reliability over the course of time, and also making sure that we're balancing that with affordability. We wanted to make sure too that we're also aligning and hitting the vision of Power of the Future 2050. And then also, as we think about it, making sure that when we get down to the tactical level, that we've got our core business that's focused on. So again, making sure that we're keeping the lights on, maintaining our assets, and ensuring compliance. And lastly, we've utilized our enterprise priorities for the next 5 years as key focuses for the utility as we move forward. We've got 4 there: resource adequacy. Again, as we think about that, ensuring that we've got reliability and resiliency. Technology transformation, key to making sure that we've got a strong technology backbone. Next generation grid, our AMI program, making sure that we've got the right tools for the new customer experience and available for our employees, reduce our outage times. And then last, our master facilities plan focused on making sure we've got the proper facilities for our customers and for our employees. We move on to the next slide. Here we've got our strategic directives. These are front and center as we look at when we do our planning efforts. Each of the VPs is assigned a strategic directive, and their goal is to make sure that we're maintaining, delivering on the expectations for the strategic directive. And in some cases, we have to maintain a balance, making sure that if they may push or pull one another, that we're contemplating those appropriately. But these are really the pillars of our planning process. And we do have a good track record of delivering on these. As we focus for 2025 and during the planning year, one was, we went through and experienced the series of storms. So as we thought about Winter Storm Jerry, the loss of generation, wind, tornadoes, floods, making sure that we've invested in the future to hopefully address those issues. And again, that's really focused in on SD4 around reliability and resiliency. Access to credit markets, SD3. We just got back from our meeting with rating agencies in New York, providing them with a 5-year outlook. Director Spurgeon, thank you for going with us and representing the board. We were very fortunate 2 weeks ago. We received the AA rating back from the agencies, stable outlook, which we're proud of, both from Moody's and S&P. And then we completed our pricing just this last week and got very competitive rates. So we'll look at that as a success. Again, a good outcome for our customers. We also focus on customer satisfaction, SD5. We've continued to improve in that area, which we're proud of. And then also a real focus on SD7, our environmental stewardship. As we move on to the next slide. Here's the executive summary talk. We mentioned this earlier in today's presentation where we're talking about how we've grown as a utility. The request that we'll be making is for a budget of $2.3 billion. We've got that broken out here in terms of the various cost categories. Some important items to highlight when we look at that rate increase, so that it results in 6.3%. We want to make sure that as we go through, that's composed of the general rate increase of 4.9%, and then as we've talked about costs that we incurred in 2024 that will be replenished in 25, that's a 1.4% increase broken between the fuel and purchase power adjustment and the rate stabilization account. And again, as we'll walk through each of these cost categories in detail as we get into the presentation. Let's move on to the next slide. One of the items, again, as we think about that impact, it's important to think about what happened in 2024, and what we've attempted to capture here is roughly 1/4 of the rate increases associated with costs incurred in 2024. You'll remember that we've had milder weather, we've had storms, 6 major events: Winter Storm Jerry, the April tornadoes, May storms, June flood, and storms as well as the July historic storm that we'd never seen before. On the retail side, again, we've continued to have milder weather. We've all experienced that ourselves. But what did that mean relative to on the retail revenue side? We've seen roughly $18 million in reduced residential and commercial revenues as a result of the milder weather. Fortunately, we've had some offsets with industrial. But again, as we think about hitting our 2x debt coverage, which is put out in SD2, excuse me. This is the important part in the fact that to hit that, we're going to need to get a replenishment of a total of $18.1 million. 0.4% of that will be through the FPPA under collection. Again, that's driven by Winter Storm Jerry, unplanned outages, and partial offsets with increased off-system sales, which Laura covered a moment ago. The other items are really additional costs that we incurred that we didn't anticipate. We've got Winter Storm Jerry. These are additional costs for payroll and materials, 1.6 million. As we think about the fact that we had the increase in terms of our storm costs, 6.5 of that is really associated with both the amount that's not going to be recovered by FEMA and also additional cable locating. We've talked about that. That's a regulatory requirement that we're required to do. We've seen a higher incurrence of that as a result of our continued growth. And then as I talked about on the retail revenue side, we're coming in less than anticipated in terms of milder weather. And so if we think about those collectively, that's roughly 1.4 of the increase that's being requested for 2025. What I do want to highlight, though, is all the work that's gone on behind the scenes to reduce this as much as possible. So as we think about the Winter Storm Jerry cost, $36 million. As we think about some of the production challenges that we've had with our units, that's roughly $30 million of lost opportunity. And then the storm costs, again, were $39 million. We're getting $33 million of that back from FEMA. We're very thankful for that. I'd also highlight that management's gone out to reduce costs as well, reducing our costs by $9.4 million through delaying traveling, delaying the hiring of positions till the end of the year. Again, and doing anything we could to really reduce the impact that has on our customers, knowing that this is a very serious decision and impacts our customers.
If I can check quickly on the rate stabilization account, really important for us to remember that the way this works for OPPD is it's on an annual basis. There are some other utilities who have monthly rate riders or adjustment clauses in their monthly bills. So if we had been one of those utilities, as these additional expenses occur, you would see an increase or a decrease of rates the following month. You catch up every month or every quarter. Some utilities do this on a quarterly basis. We don't. But so the rate stabilization helped us stabilize rates for customers throughout all of 2024. We don't adjust rates throughout 2024. We use these funds we have saved to cover those deficits. And then eventually we'll have to replenish that fund so that we have additional funds to continue to do this in the future. It sounds obvious, but I think it's important to remind the public that that's really how the rate stabilization works. And that's the stability we enjoyed was through 2024 as these expenses happen.
Well said, Javier. Yeah. Costs borne in 24 will collect in 25. Again, seen as to the benefit of our customers to have that mechanism in place. Any questions on this? This is an important slide as we think about the rate increase. I'll keep us moving. So let's move on to the next slide. Again, as we think about the remaining balance of the general rate increase across all customers, 4.9%. Really, this is the investment to support our mission moving forward as we think about sustaining our existing assets, making sure that we're continuing to address aging infrastructure as well as our grid, focusing on reliability and weather investment so we again can address issues such as we had with Winter Storm Jerry. We're continuing to invest heavily in the AMI system. So we've got updating the outage management system, field management system, as well as customer platform, increasing in vegetation management, increasing 71% in the proposed budget. So going from 15 million to 29, $12 million increase is what's been proposed again to make sure that we're staying on top of our vegetation management and continue to enhance the program we've got today. And then as it relates to expand and transform, again, continuing to address additional planning reserve margin requirements and load growth. We'll talk about that here in a moment. And then also T&D investments to make sure we've got a reliable system for our customers. And really those are the underpinnings of what gets us to the 4.9% increase from the customer perspective.
Hey, Jeff, it's kind of unusual that that the rate increases across the board equally? Is that an indication that the residential, commercial, industrial are all somewhat aligned already as far as proximity to par or whatever?
Yeah, we'll get to that later in the presentation, explain how that gets allocated across the different customers differently from a cost of service perspective.
Okay.
So get there in just a moment. Good question. Let's move on to the next slide. So a couple items that are important as we're looking at what's causing our need for additional investment. Planning reserve margin. As you know, we've heard quite a bit about this. We're a member of SPP, ensuring that we have reserve margins to ensure that we have reserve margins to ensure reliable demand and service. So what does this mean for us as we think about our generation capacity to meet our peak load? We have to add, that's the flat line. If you go up to the dotted line, that's the amount that planning reserve margin is required by SPP. And so again, as we really think about PRM, that's the area between the solid line and the dotted line. And as we think about that, it's important. PRM is currently at 15% both for winter and summer. It's grown from 12. SPP has approved a 16% increase in PRM. For summer, 36% for winter, and that's going to be effective in 2026. And so as we think about that on our existing level of generation, and the fact that our winter peak, if you're doing quick math, 2,200 megawatts peak load, if we go from up by 21% from 15 to 36, that gets you almost 500 megawatts just associated with planning reserve margin. That's effectively the size of Turtle Creek. And so it's an important piece as we think about why we're adding the additional generation, some of the requirements that are out there for us as we continue to grow as a utility, but also have additional regulatory requirements moving forward.
So let me double down on that. So it's adding additional generation resources to serve the same load. And that's an important concept because we often get the questions, hey, are the new customers paying their fair share? And the answer is yes, they are. And also for the rest of us, weather conditions, asset conditions have made it harder for us to serve the same load. So for the rest of us in the district, we are required to have a lot more machines spinning, a lot more wires to serve the same load. And it's a hard concept to share because, you know, as a customer owner, you're really not experiencing any additional service. But what we're trying to do here is reduce the risk and the probability of outages by having more spinning reserves. And that's that planned reserve margin that applies to all of our load.
Thank you. All right, we'll continue on. We talked about this earlier today, progress against new generation goals. Again, something really to be proud of. You'll remember, obviously, back in August of last year, the board approved a resolution to secure 2 to 2.5 gigawatt hours of additional generation. Team's done a great job. To date, we've got 2.2 gigawatts contract in the last 14 months. Frankly, unbelievable to get that amount of work completed. That's 88% of what's needed. Again, earlier than anticipated too. We originally had that forecasted by 2032, brought that in by 2029. So a great outcome from that perspective. And I think relative to what that provides us, we've heard about this, reduced risk relative to supply chain as well as price. So we're thankful for that. That does not include the 700 megawatts for Turtle Creek, Stain Bear Lake, and Platteview. But I do want to also highlight separately for 2024, as we think about it, we've got 1,600 megawatts coming on between High Banks, Milligan, Platteview, Turtle Creek, and Stain Bear Lake. So again, just some great outcomes in terms of delivering on what was requested by the board. So hats off to the teams for doing that. And again, as we think about the impacts for resilience and reliability, those pieces are key. I also wanted to touch base for one moment on, let's go to the next slide, where we're at relative to emissions. You're well aware of where we're at. This is a good news story. We continue to increase our load and a need for megawatt hours, yet we're decreasing over time our carbon intensity and direct emissions. This is a projection through 2032. How do we get there? 90% of what we're adding in terms of near-term generation is going to be in the form of carbon-free with renewables. So again, as we think about what's getting us there as well, we talked about some of the projects that are coming online. I won't spend more time talking about that. You guys are familiar with this slide, but it's an important piece that underpins what's baked within our COP. Next slide. So again, as we think about the rate increase drivers, again, we talked about the 2024 cost recovery, 1.4%. As we look on beyond 2024 and really look at 25, what are we investing in? 4.9 of the increase is associated with folks coming from our capital O&M investment. Again, focusing in on our additional sustainability associated with our existing units, plus a good portion associated with continuing to expand our enterprise priorities on the capital side. Relative to our operations and maintenance costs, again, we do see those increasing because of headcount. We talked about that. I mentioned the investment in additional vegetation management, what that means for the organization. And then as we think about the additional enterprise priorities we've got relative to AMI, that'll continue to be invested in. And then relative to planning reserve margin requirements, continue to invest and make sure that we're adding additional PPAs and continue to bring on the capacity that's needed so we can be compliant.
I know we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail later on, but just give a little bit of a preview, at least from my seat leading the organization. It's been a journey, right? And working with customers on increasing reliability. We've had our fair share, 6 major storms this year, and it's been very evident the importance of keeping the lights on and having a really good reliability, really good resilience, and all the systems that support that. When I became CEO, if you all remember, I remember very clearly, we had that big major storm in 2021. At the time, was the largest storm on record. And one of the decisions I made back then was we need to have a much more modern communication system with our customers. That led us to invest in our advanced metering infrastructure ecosystem, the suite of different systems, programs, et cetera, that we need to modernize at OPPD so that we can talk to our customers back and forth via modern meters. That we'll hear about these later on. There's a briefing later today, but that is clearly helping us with estimated times of restoration, with communicating with customers when power goes out, the type of outage that our customers are experiencing, the voltage that was last seen at the meter. It will help us get to the restoration a lot faster. Those are investments that are now, we're starting to pay for those. A question that I often get asked is, well, why did you do that? Why are you replacing meters? Well, these also happened at the same time as we had to replace old meters, right? It's those meters that we have today, a lot of them are 15 to 20 year life. They're ready to be replaced. We're replacing them with modern, much better functionality. Just coming up here, and Aaron, I'm going to steal your thunder a little bit. Next year, for example, part of these investments, you will see our customers will experience a brand new outage map. Right? Come to the summer season, we'll have, and this is part of those investments that customers will start experiencing the tangible results of these investments. We'll start installing new meters next year. It'll take us a few years, but that's going to open up a lot of capability and functionality for customers. Vegetation management. Last year, actually this year, and I was very proud of these when I went out on press conferences with the mayor, and we were talking about the huge increases we've made on vegetation management to try to reduce the cycle of tree trimming. Right? The ideal cycle of 5 years. Right now, we're not at 5 years. We're at over 7 years. We need to expedite and facilitate the tree trimming so that no tree gets trimmed longer than every 5 years. Right now, we're not there. This year's budget was $17 million. We're proposing to increase that to $29 million. Significant increase. Why? One, because it's inflation, things cost a lot more, but what we're seeing is climate has changed on us, and trees are growing a lot faster than they were growing before, and we're certainly not keeping up with the tree trimming that we need so that we can deliver customers that reliability.
Have we given any additional thought to having the tree trimming done in-house?
Oh,
with the staff?
With our staff, we've actually thought about that. So the reason why we contract those services out today has to do with efficiency. A lot of times we can flex. Not every season, not every month in the state of Nebraska is a growing season. So some our vendors have the flexibility to send tree trimmers out of state and go to different regions where they can trim at different times of the year that they can trim with us. The other one is the investment we would have to make on equipment and space to store that equipment. It's a much longer lead time for us. I'm not suggesting that may not be in the cards for us in the future, but for now, in order for us to expedite the tree trimming, we made the decision to continue with the same model of contracting those services out and augmenting to have more people, more trucks, doing more routes to.
These are large vendors too. And if you think about these massive storms that we've had, they've sent hundreds of people to Omaha to help, cut the trees that have fallen during these storms. So there's a benefit to having regional partners like that when you have these major events, and they've shown up really well in that space.
It may be I'm oversimplifying, I guess, but I realize you could still have these arrangements, even if we had some of it done in-house. Yeah, I don't know.
I would characterize right now at all of our centers, which is where you have trucks and equipment and things of that nature, we don't have excess room.
Excess what, I'm sorry?
Room.
Okay.
So we would have to build facilities, you'd have to buy trucks, because the trucks we have now are fully utilized.
Well, it'd be a long-term commitment, obviously, but it's a huge cost. Just want to throw it out there. Fine.
Right. I'm going to jump us into some more of the details on the financials. We'll go forward 2 slides if that's okay. So here's the details of the operating plan. So as it relates to retail revenues, this is excluding wholesale revenues. You can see a 5-year trajectory here. Again, a continued healthy growth over the course of time. As we think about that, again, residential continues to be the anchor of the utility with commercial and lastly industrial coming in behind them. As we look at 2025, again, we see a notable increase, 214 million. 2025, we see an increase of 214 million. 2024 projected slightly below budget. Again, that was associated with the weather impacts that we saw and are experiencing in 2024. I would highlight a couple of different things as we look at this. Again, this incorporates growth plus the rate increase. Again, really to cover the costs associated with the investments in our people, program, and assets. I will also just highlight as we continue to look more broadly across the district, you see growth all over the territory. Apartments, homes, commercials continue to grow. Projection for new customers of 6,000 meters. So that's almost 12,000 to 15,000 from a population perspective. So again, a large amount of growth in the area. And I'd also highlight last year, as it relates to Douglas County, was the fastest growing county by GDP in the US. That's pretty amazing. And I think we're seeing that here. To keep us moving forward as it relates to the power cost side of our business, again,
And by the way, it was GDP percentage, not GDP total. Still.
Yep.
Fastest, there was no other county in the United States grew faster percentage-wise GDP than Douglas County.
As we think about again, the cost to balance out our system to provide power to our customers, we look at both the wholesale revenues with an offset by fuel and purchase power. What you do see here is the impact of the polar vortex. So you can see market prices quite high in 2021, elevated prices in 22, and we've come back down to more moderated prices, 23 and beyond. As we look at this again, relative to net power costs, we see those going up by 48 million as we net those together, or 14.6 over the 24 budget. Purchase power, which you're going to see is in the blue, again, increasing by 67.2 million or 21.5%. A good portion of that as it relates to 261 customers. So you'll remember they buy at the wholesale price of power. 54 million of that is associated with our 261M customers, with 13 million being associated with growth from all other customers. Fuel expense.
Can you briefly explain what that means, those costs and revenues from 261M customers, the large voltage transmission customers. It's an important one that I would like to emphasize.
Yeah, no, it's important. So, as we looked at this, trying to make sure we're understanding all the drivers of that, we spent a lot of time looking at the load forecast specifically across all customer classes as well as 261. They purchased at the wholesale price of power. So as it relates to what we purchase for them, that comes through at a market price. And again, as we talk about the increase, the majority of that is associated with those customers. We also then collect that on the other side in terms of on the wholesale side, on the retail side, we charge them the wholesale price as well. They cover that. And so it's an important netting that goes on when you think about what's being reflected both on the last slide as it relates to retail sales and the growth in industrials, and then also what we're reflecting here as well.
So it is a pass through. Those customers take on additional risk. There have been years when they have been upside down, bear that additional cost. Some years they make some profit. We just pass that through. And I think it's important in terms of a fair allocation of resources to highlight that particular rate does exactly what it was designed to do, which is mitigate that risk for the rest of our customers and really put that back on those very large users.
Thank you.
Jeff, the purchase power, it's high this year primarily because of extended outages.
We have seen that from extended outages and then just higher costs during Winter Storm Jerry.
Yeah. And then going forward, looking into 25, how much are outages playing into that number versus increase to meet retail load growth and planning reserve requirements?
I don't have that breakout. Again, what I do have is I know the increase is 67 million, with the 54 of that being for 261M, so relatively small portion left over, so 14 million to accommodate all of those pieces that you're talking about.
All right.
Between plan reserve margin growth.
Thank you.
Relative to fuel expense, again, we continue to see that increase. You'd anticipate that. We've got a full year of operations anticipated for Turtle Creek and Standing Bear Lake, with those being online for the entire year. And then relative.
Did we use a lot more fuel in 2021? Why is that bar so high? Oh, sorry. I was looking at wholesale revenues, but anyway, the point I was trying to make, when you look at fuel and purchase power, the fuel piece was higher in 2021, not because we use more fuel, but that was the Winter Storm Uri effect. Just highlighting the same volume, it's just those anomalies.
We've seen prices have come down over the course of time. And then wholesale revenues, again, a large portion of this relates to when we see the increase is related to our congestion hedging revenues. We've talked about how those have impacted our results. We're $55 million up year to date in 2024. Again, that's a more difficult piece to try to budget, but we've gone back and looked at a multi-year average to do a better job of determining what that will be. And that's the largest driver of the change in our wholesale revenues. Let's move on to the next slide. Here we see O&M. I'll highlight relative to 2024. You'll see that again, we were above budget with the 2024 projected. Again, we continue to see increased cable locating. We talked about that. We've included that now in the budget, additional dollars, because we're just simply seeing that as a result of our growth. And then we've also got the unbudgeted storm costs, which weren't covered by FEMA, included in there. And that, again, that's what's driving up us above the budget in 2024 when you look at the projection. As we look at 2025, specifically, we're seeing an increase of $54 million or 10% above what we had in the budget for 2024. A number of drivers there: inflation, increased headcount to support our continued growth from a generation perspective, and also our enterprise priorities. And then also we talked about increased vegetation management. So those are the drivers that are increasing the costs in 2025. As we specifically look at some of the more detailed drivers by category, so for T&D, main drivers there, again, headcount growth to serve the growing utility. Again, we talked about tree trimming, that would be in the T&D area. As we look at production, that grows as well. We can see that specifically, we're adding effectively additional expenses associated with the full year of operations for both Turtle Creek and Standing Bear Lake being online. So both headcount as well as other operating costs. And A&G shows an increase as well. And again, that's associated with supporting additional headcount and benefit costs, again, as we continue to grow as a utility. There's no questions. I'm going to move us on to capital. We've been using this format for a number of years now. We really like it because it highlights where's our dollars being invested. Are we sustaining the existing assets we have? And then what amount of our capital portfolio is going to support in the future? Here you can see the 25% again is associated with sustaining our assets. As we look at that we typically done a comparison to historical depreciation. Our depreciation rate right now is about roughly 115 million. So we are seeing a higher level of reinvestment in terms of sustaining our assets. I will highlight that we've got aging assets, and so we continue to see a need to invest additional dollars. And Troy's talked quite a bit about that over the course of time. As we look at the overall capital budget, we can see that we continue to expand dollars, and that's roughly focused on $15 million increase above 24. That's associated with load growth and economic development. There you're seeing additional investment in terms of our substations, transformers. That's $23 million. Residential continues to be a heavy amount of investment, $16 million. That's installing both underground as well as overhead electric facilities. Again, as we continue to grow, seeing more investment there. T&D streetlights, $10 million. So again, making sure that we're continuing to focus on load growth and economic development for areas that we've already got in place. And then relative to our enterprise priorities, that's the largest portion at $60.2 million. Again, investment in the 4 new combustion turbines is the largest portion of that, AMI, and then our integrated operations center in 2025. So substantial amount of investment in those strategic priorities. Move on to the next slide. We've got it broken out by category. Again, production growing from 261 million to 330, largely driven by our investments in additional generation. Again, so we can make sure we're meeting our reliability requirements, PRM, and then also that we're continuing to invest for additional growth. T&D, we do see a small decrease. Again, that has to do more with our budgeting and how we captured our renewables over the course of time. But I can assure you that we've continued to invest additional dollars into our T&D system. Again, we talked about some of the investments in substations, transformers, system improvements, TDIP work. And then lastly, in terms of our general, you can see here that it's increased from 109 to 118 million. Again, that's largely associated with additional investments in AMI and the AMI ecosystem that we're continuing to bring forward, which Javier detailed out in terms of the benefits. Next, I'm going to take us to how do we make sure we're able to, how do we finance this? So again, as we think about this, the rationale that we have for our debt issuances, here's what we've got from 22 through 25. Again, SD3 really lays out how we approach this, and the fact that we're looking to maintain the AA rating that really drives how we approach when we do our debt issuances, looking at effectively our cash on hand. And again, making sure that we're delivering on the strategic directive that the board's laid out for us. We focus with the agencies on maintaining our 2x debt service coverage. And when we go below that, we need to continue to increase and issue debt. We plan to end the end of the years with 200 days cash on hand and continue to focus on those elements that we've covered relative to the monitoring report. I will highlight here that we've been out in the market quite active in 2024. The blue highlights the amount that's been refunded. We've refunded those as savings for our customers, which is a great outcome. A lot of work's gone into that. We did the issuance in both June, and then we just wrapped up our pricing last week. So we'll have 2 completed. As we look forward to 2025, you can see here that we have net proceeds for new money that will be coming on to the tune of $406 million to finance our ongoing capital program. All right. Let's move on to our proposed rate action. This is a report that folks should be very familiar with. This is where we compare ourselves to the national average. You can see here how we've continued to increase our competitiveness over the course of time, going back to 2019 through 2024, again, going from 15.5% to 32.5%. Pretty amazing to see how we've continued to increase our competitiveness over the course of time. And again, as we think about it, we've had past couple of years a series of rate increases, but obviously less than would be otherwise when you compare ourselves to other utilities from a national perspective. And again, what I'd highlight is if we look at the area between the orange line and the blue line, that's again money that gets put back, gets maintained within our customers' pockets and within the community. And again, that works out to roughly almost $400 million compared to what if they were to pay a national average rate. The last point I'd make is we continue to think we will be competitive even with the 6.3% increase again moving forward. We go on to the next slide.
Can we pause it quickly? It may be a good conversation with the board, because a question that may come is, if you go back to that slide, 2019, we were 15% below the national average. I know that's not the way the board asked us to measure against SE2, but just another measure. What happened between 2019 and 2024 that we became so much more competitive, from 15.5% to 32.5% below the national average? And part of it is, of course, we've thrown a lot of things in there. It's the public power model. You talk about the growth, the investments we've made. But really, the nation as a whole hasn't seen load growth to the extent we're seeing it right now in the past 5 years. Generally speaking, other than Vogtle Plant 3 and 4 and some other major plants, really, we haven't been in a construction expansion period in the sector for the past 5 years. That phenomenon really started about 2 years ago, and it will likely continue for the next few years. So really, what caused other utilities, our competitive landscape, to for their rates to grow faster, significantly faster than our rates? And part of it is operations. Right. It's as other utilities continue to operate the same system, we were trying to do the same thing. Remember, we came off the 2015, 2016 timeframe under a very clear cost and process improvement initiative. Try to lower costs, try to right-size the organization. And so I think we've benefited from that, those efforts, even though we have had rate increases in the past 3 years. They've been very modest, and I think part of it is the benefit that we got from all of that cost and process improvement initiative. The other piece has been the type of fuel that we've used. While other utilities were significantly more loaded on natural gas, we didn't see that big impact. We had natural gas peakers, but the effects of Winter Storm Uri, which is when you see that change in 2021 to 2022, see that huge change in competitiveness, I would attribute a lot of that was to inputs, to fuel costs that other utilities were incurring as they were operating the same system that they were operating before. And I say that because we've been conservative, we've been balanced. We are building more natural gas plants, so we will be more exposed to fuels, but not to the extent that I would say the national landscape was exposed to. The rate pressure that we're starting to see here at OPPD, the proposal that you have in front of you, has more to do with growth, with load growth, with serving additional load, and with strengthening our system by ways of increased plant reserve margins. So we're building stuff, we're adding more machines, we're adding more wires, we're cutting more trees. That's what's causing the rate increase. That is not exclusive to OPPD. I would say that that's going to happen, and it is already happening across the United States. So I think it's an important consideration try to think about what has improved our competitiveness so far, and is this competitiveness, is this competitive edge will it continue for the time being? I posit it will. Because I don't believe we're unique in this situation. I think there are other utilities maybe lagging behind us because they haven't really started building. They will soon. So as our rates go up, my assumption is everybody else's rates in the industry will go up to address growing load, aging infrastructure, and decarbonization goals. I don't think those are gonna go away anytime soon, especially the aging infrastructure and the growing load. Those are two new forces that are really coming to us really hard.
How did we see a reduction in the kilowatt cost from 2023 to 2024 when we had a rate increase? I guess I don't.
Yeah.
I'm getting into the math. It gets dangerous, I realize.
It is an interesting one. This is just how the way the EIA calculates these is all your costs divided by all of your gigawatt hours. But yeah, you're right. Those are not reflective of our true rates. That's just an approximation. But Jeff.
No, I think you're right. And we do see that. We've explained that in the past in terms of good eye, because it does catch one's eye, but it literally relates to how what you've generated, what your sales are versus what your costs. And again, probably not, we'll get that.
I realize the year's not over, but that's what we got.
Yeah. Javier, I'm going to continue on your trend where we talk about let's go to the next slide. What's our rate action versus the rest of the industry? And so what we've gone out is sampled local Nebraska utilities, major utilities, from a public perspective, plus neighboring states, plus investor-owned utilities. Again, when we look at the average, we didn't do the math and bake the math. It actually comes out to 6.3 with the ones that we sampled. That happens to be the rate increase that we're proposing as well. As we talk about what the drivers are across the board, again, it depends on where folks are at in their life cycle. We've talked about different utilities being earlier into the process, adding additional generation, different generation mixes. All of those factors come into play. And again, we've highlighted here on the side, I think you did a great job, Javier, of kind of highlighting specifically what different drivers are depending upon what's impacting the utility that's reporting these increases. But again, we feel that the increase, again, when we look at across the publics, not unreasonable in terms of where we're at within our journey in terms of adding additional resources. We're a little bit ahead compared to some of our others, and then compared to our investor-owned utilities, we continue to see a lower rate increase. Move on to the next slide.
You're going to see a comparison between us, obviously, and LES, but in particular, NPPD, and the 2% increases. That's just for the residential, right? And I realize NPPD is primarily wholesale, right?
It's just a retail rate.
It's just retail.
So I guess the logical public question might be is, wow, you're 6.3 in NPPD, you're best comparison around here, I guess, or someone can argue it's only 2%. Is that partly due to the conclusion could get drawn that, well, NPPD has nuclear? We don't. Is that an issue? That's going to probably come up, I would imagine. Or that would be a thought, I guess.
You know, I have a lot of respect for MPPD. They run a fantastic organization, and you're right. These only represents a portion of their customers. They sell wholesale power to other customers, and their other customers then add distribution costs, customer costs, ultimately resulting in the final cost a Nebraska family living in Western Nebraska experiences. That's not reflected in here. What I can tell you today, again, it's a fantastically well-run utility, just like ours. They have nuclear, we don't. They have made announcements. Their board approved earlier this year a budget that includes more generation. My understanding is that they are on a similar path as we are in terms of adding more generation, more transmission. They're growing too. Load growth is not exclusive to the urban area here in Omaha. It's happening everywhere. The type of growth they're seeing might be from different industries, but they're seeing the same load growth. My expectation is that they're gonna start building things. They are too experiencing the same planned reserve margin requirements than we are, same as LES. So they're gonna have to address not only their load growth, but also additional capacity they need to serve the same customers. I can't project exactly what they're gonna do with their rates, but my expectation is that they're gonna be building a lot more stuff in the years to come, and that may have additional rate pressure. That was the comment I was making earlier about our competitive position, that I think this trend will continue for years to come in terms of building new generation to serve new customers. They too have aging assets, just like we do. At some point, they're gonna have to address those too. So it's great to have that competition. It's a healthy competition between these three utilities. They all provide LES, and MPPD provide fantastic service to
I
their
hate
customers.
to call them a competitor. I guess it's just a natural comparison. People might draw us from the same stuff.
Right.
Rather than be competitors.
And I think the answer is we're at different stages of evolution in our utilities. We're ahead of the curve in terms of constructing because our load came faster than theirs. But I think at some point they will too start to increase investments, which may cause them to increase costs.
Great. We'll move on to the next slide. So we wanted to provide, as it relates to the price per kilowatt hour, so more of an absolute cost versus the rate increase and what that means. So when we think about it, you know, the average bill, $117 per month. We see that going up by roughly $9 to $10 per month. And again, here you've got the information relative to our comparative public power within Nebraska, neighboring utilities in different states, and then also how we compare it to investor-owned utilities. So hopefully folks find that useful as we oftentimes will be compared against our neighbors and how they're performing. But we feel like we're very competitive where we stand today, especially with the amount of investment that we've got going on.
So what we see here is the north, say the region name, northwest central region.
Got it?
Okay. And then secondly, the number we're seeing is not on any of our actual rates. This is the blended average from the EAA, total revenue divided by total megawatt hours, gigawatt hours, right?
Right.
Just reaffirm that. I know we said it before and it was on the previous slide, but that number does not appear on any of our specific rates. We do have more for the future of percentages by class. And then the rate tables are provided attached to this later. Is that right?
They are. We've got the service regs attached, the COP book attached, as well as the individual rate class adjustments attached as well.
Just making sure and understanding what we are seeing here and what we are not seeing here, because this is not something that people will see on their bill or in the rate. This is something different.
Thank you, brother. One last comment I'll make, and I think it's important because I think it comes up every year. And it has to do with the composition of customers. How many, whether you have some utilities that are heavy residential customers versus some other utilities that are heavier industrial users. Generally speaking, and I'm going to speak in generalities here, but generally speaking, an industrial customer has a higher load factor, meaning they use the system in a more efficient way. These are factories that have 3 shifts, sometimes 4, that are running 24/7. They utilize the system in a much more efficient way. They usually don't have distribution costs. And so for every 100 megawatts of generation and transmission you build, they're using on average 95 of those round the clock. That leads to a more efficient use of the system, which typically results in lower rates, kilowatt for kilowatt, than a residential customer. A residential customer is a less efficient user of power. The traditional family that gets up in the morning, uses the system really early as everyone is going to school and to work. And then for the rest of the day, you really don't use much energy until you come back in the evening. I say that because that helps explain a little bit of the discrepancy between these utilities, and that not all utilities serve the same type of customers. There are some utilities here on this graph that have a heavier concentration of industrial customers, while others have a heavier concentration of residential customers. Those with residential customers tend to have a higher rates per kilowatt hour than those that are heavy industrial customers. So again, and going back to your point, Chair Williams, it's these numbers are imperfect. They're estimates from the EIA. They should not be necessarily construed into specific rates, but it gives you a good comparison of where are we on a competitive landscape compared to other utilities in the region.
So if I can follow on there, you mentioned larger customer rate classes, higher utilization. Do we have numbers, and I've heard others reference this, but only casually, never seen any citation. Do we have numbers on utilization across our system or utilization by rate class broadly? Okay, and that's not something I've ever really seen in any of our presentations, but perhaps that would be helpful for board information. I mean, like, what is the annual utilization across our entire utility?
Yeah, it's called a load factor, and we can follow up with some information on that, really to help understand how well are customers using the system versus how much margin we leave unused during the day.
And the reason I ask is that I've heard reference to the idea that the utilization has been falling at utilities for years and decades, and that is leading to some of the price pressure that we are seeing, is that we end up with underutilized infrastructure that is not returning revenue to the utility, and that is somewhat of a challenge. So I guess I'll be interested to review that and see kind of what that trend is, or where we are now, and kind of if we have any older information about this, and what we might anticipate in the future as electrification continues. What do we project that might mean for utilization across the rate classes moving forward? If higher utilization customers are more cost efficient, both for them and for us, what does that mean for us strategically about what we are projecting in the future? So I know that's a real specific question. It is not related to any of these numbers here, but when you said utilization, I've been wondering about this for quite a while, and I think it has a lot to do with what we anticipate in the future.
We'll take that as an action item, and maybe we can work with the finance committee or systems committee to have a little deeper dive at some point in the future.
That sounds great. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Question. All right, I'm gonna keep us moving. Here we've got, next slide, this re-summarizes what we are bringing forward relative to the 2025 requested rate action, 6.3%. I think we've gone through the individual components. I'm gonna keep us moving forward. So we can get down to the costs. Next, we'll talk about cost to serve OPPD customers. Javier did a great job talking about this in terms of how different customers utilize the system. There's certain investments which are allocated to all customers. We talked about energy generation, demand, transmission costs, and then some of those that are more specific to smaller and commercial customers, distribution costs and customer costs. And again, we've got different elements of the investments that are going on in those areas broken out underneath. Again, I think you did a nice job highlighting how different customers utilize the system, Javier. Next, let's move on to the 2025 rate changes. So again, Mike, as we talked about, how does this impact everyone? So 6.3% is the total over on the left-hand side. Again, we see that broken out between residential, commercial, industrial, lighting, and wholesale. What I would highlight just as a couple of spots as we go through this again, this is going through the cost of service. Again, utilized as a best practice within the utility industry, making sure that we've got fair, non-discriminatory practices, and we're practicing cost causation. This is in detail in terms of the service regulations, Director Williams. So you can find that again in the board book, as well as we have Brad will go through and specifically do an independent evaluation. They look at the costs that are deriving and driving the COP budget, and then specifically how those are being allocated from a cost of service perspective. The FP&A team spends a lot of time with them working through that, making sure that they understand what the cost drivers are, and then ultimately how costs are being allocated. What we do see here in terms of residential sees a larger increase, and we think about that in terms of from a cost of service perspective. Focus on vegetation management. The increased investment we've got there really impacts more so on the distribution side. Higher allocation to residential because they were the ones that would be benefiting from that. Outage management system, field management system, again, are some of the larger drivers in terms of what would be driving some additional costs over to the residential side versus the average of 6.3. As we look at commercial and industrial.
And really quick, even these breakdown, even these ones are averages, right? There's within each category, and you'll see these on the red line of the rate manual, will have specific rate changes for rate 110, 115, et cetera. This is just the average for that residential rate, the average for all the commercial rates and industrial rates. I'm stating the obvious here, but I think it's important to, going back to the same estimation, we're presenting these still in some aggregate form. The specific rate changes are in your books.
When we look over to a commercial industrial, we do see a little bit lower increase compared to the average 6.3. Again, as we talked about it, they're using the system a little bit more efficiently. And I think an important point as we look at this, when we think about the industrial and commercial class, again, lower from a price increase perspective, but when you look at the amount of volume that they're adding to the system, they're paying more than the residential classes in terms of when you think about total revenues, retail revenue. And so important piece as we think about how that impacts ultimately retail revenues and the bottom line for the enterprise.
It's devil's advocate. Someone might argue the fact that it's our data centers who obviously are in the industrial class there are at least partially responsible for a rate increase. And we're seeing, obviously, in this regards here, some can draw the conclusion the residential customer is picking up the unfair part of that, where the real culprit is the industrial class. I mean, that's a conclusion some people would make.
Right. Well, I think that's an important part of cost of service, right? So you only pay for what you use of the system. And so when we go out and we allocate out costs, it's based upon what is needed to serve those customers based upon their usage characteristics.
We get the public to understand that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you mentioned the cost of service, and 2-3 years ago, we did a relatively elaborate cost of service study presentation to board members, and perhaps that's something we would want to ask for again next year to help us keep up to date on this type of allocation. And we'll have a new board member who I think would benefit from that as well. But it's been a couple of years. I think there have been some changes that I think would be helpful. And again, I don't mean to pressure us into additional meetings, but this is something that we did talk about in great length, but it's been a few years.
Yeah. 2.5 years ago, we did that. Yeah, be happy to do that again.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, at least for me, and I'll let others decide if they would like to
These
participate.
changes will get us pretty close to where they should be in each of the classes. We still have one class that's still. With these changes in effect, with these rate changes, if it passes in the way it's proposed, will the classes all be basically where they should be? Or is there still need for?
Yeah, I think as you look at a cost of service, there are elements of gradualism that come into play in terms of how costs are allocated over the course of time. But again, this gets us directionally where we need to be relative to the costs that are allocated across the classes. So yes.
And are you anticipating that at some point we would have a rate increase of, let's say, 2 or 3%, and it would be the same across all classes? Is that what?
No, I'm not saying that because I realize the different classes have different characteristics. And I understand that part. They've never been that way. And, no, I'm just saying is I can see the criticism of the folks when they're going to see the industrial rate increase being less than the residential, when a lot of people are of the mentality now that the data centers are the culprit to an extent, I guess. It's gonna come up.
Right.
The other piece.
I'm trying to understand the question. So thank you.
I'm going to beat a dead horse here for a second. Again, as we think about the 6.3, that is what's going to impact people's families' budgets, things from that perspective. But again, I would highlight that of the 6.3, 1.4 of that is associated with 2024 costs. And that doesn't give anyone a reprieve in terms of how that, again, impacts them and their family's budget. But I think it's an important piece as we're trying to think about what we're bringing forward is the enterprise. Really the 4.9 is the general increase that would adjust these. Or I think they're good to keep. That's good to keep in perspective as we're looking at the overall ask for the board. Lastly, I guess 2 last slides. We'll keep it going. So Here's some additional rate changes that have gone through. I won't plan to go through these in great detail unless there's additional questions. As we've talked about, moving from tariffs to products, there's been some movements. Again, as we think about the riders that have been adjusted here, those offerings largely will still be in place, but not a ton to highlight here. Just want to make sure, again, that's in the service regs if folks are interested. And then lastly, as it relates to the board consultant, I've talked about that on this next slide in terms of the cost of service, what it means. Again, hired on behalf of the board, again, to look at specifically how we are allocating costs as an independent entity. We spend a lot of time with them. Best practice, again, we're happy that the board is facilitating that, and we work in good partnership with Brattle. And there's the additional Brattle report that's within the deck, so you can look to see what their comments were on our cost of service. Questions?
What, Matt?
One second here. I guess the load, I'd be maybe interested to see the load factor that you guys talked about before voting on this. I have some questions with, I guess the subjectivity versus objectivity of a large user and what that cost comes into be. And I think that would be helpful to me to be more comfortable with this. I don't know how big of an ask that is, so if that's something we can see before a vote. I think that would-
We can certainly show that. I think at an aggregate basis, from an assumption perspective, we can share that each customer will have different ones, but ultimately we use that data to aggregate it into a customer class. And we can share that with you. I think probably the biggest differentiator, so even though I did talk a lot about load factor, the biggest differentiator between an industrial customer versus a commercial or residential customer is, you can see that on one of the previous slides. I think it's this slide here, like 3 slides before. If you can go back to that one. There. That's the biggest issue, right? An industrial customer, generally speaking, doesn't have any distribution costs or customer costs. These are big factories or a data center that locates their facility right outside of a substation. So the cost that we incur to serve that customer is the generation cost and the high voltage transmission substation, period. There are no distribution poles, no transformer poles, very little customer costs, the billing, the printing, all of that. There is some of that goes to them, but the bulk of distribution and customer costs are not allocated to industrial customers because of the nature of how we serve them, how they're located, how they take service. That is probably the biggest explanation of why an industrial customer carries lower costs than commercial and residential costs, at least for OPPD. A commercial customer, a grocery store, a hospital, and then a residential customer or any household would have additional costs that are really associated with distributing that power that comes from the substation all the way out to the house. And then the customer service that comes along that takes, it's more costly to maintain that. I would say that's probably the biggest explanation of the differential. And on top of that, then you have the higher load factor versus lower load factor for customers. Happy to share that with you. We'll probably, we can facilitate that before the next board meeting.
I can appreciate all that, but if not for the amount of energy they need, we wouldn't have to have some things, right? So that's the part where I want to be comfortable with the larger increase for the residential folks, because I think you would say a more densely populated area is less expensive to energize than folks that I typically represent in rural area, right? However, there's burdens that they bear disproportionately as well. So I'm just trying to bring this all together to understand
right. So
where we can impact change in that approach, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure, we can do that. And we've had this conversation in different flavors during the past few years. We have to follow a certain models, certain procedures, right? There's a limit to how much we can allocate and there's not a lot of discretion. When you have energy generation costs, of course, large industrial customers take a lot of power. We make sure that a proportional part of the energy generation cost is passed on to those large customers based on the amount of power they take. Same with transmission, demand generation costs. It has to be proportional too. With some imprecision, because you're aggregating things. You just mentioned residential customers who live in rural areas versus a residential customer who lives in an urban area. We really don't have a way to differentiate between those two. It's the same house. We have to serve them the same way, but one costs a lot more because you have less density. The same transmission line, the same crew that goes out and installs and maintains for 2 or 3 households versus one that knock out thousands of households in the same distance. So there's always that imprecision that may occur within the same customer class. But between customer classes, we have to be very careful about how we allocate. But I think we can benefit from having a little deeper dive maybe between now and the next board meeting, just to make you more comfortable about the rationale, the process that we go through in differentiating and allocating costs. Happy to do that. That ultimately, that's what the Brattle Group does in a way for you. So we'll do that for you too. But you please know that the board has a rate consultant that reviews our methodologies, our cost of service models, et cetera. And you can rely on them on the letter they provide you, or maybe have them be a resource for you to ask those additional questions, not only just of our staff, but of your rate consultant. And I love that inquiry, because I think it's important, right, to have that transparency and due diligence, make sure that we're doing the right thing and that we're allocating costs the right way.
And Brattle can be totally independent. They don't have a dog in the hunt. They can.
Well, no,
they're fully objective.
They are hired to be the independent rate consultant for the board.
Yeah, man. Caution on this one, the cost of service study presentation was that 4-hour presentation. So if you've got some time in your schedule, I'm sure between now and December, someone on staff can help you with that. But it is one of the more intense things that I think any of us have maybe ever done while we were here. It is a lot of information. And I'm not suggesting that you don't seek that out, but I guess I'm just giving you a heads up that if you're looking for that level of clarity, it can be provided in.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
We'll bring cookies.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, just a heads up where that discussion goes.
Any other questions or perplexities that need to be listed?
I'm crockpot thinking on it a little bit, so I don't have any now, but I guess which has me curious about, so action in December. So between now and then, if we've got questions, we need more information. I want to make sure I understand what the right avenue is by which we're gonna do that.
Well, since it's a finance committee item,
sure,
I would say just to keep the structure.
Yep.
I think I would say we'll work with Mary and Jeff. If you have any questions, we can try to address questions by different means, either by responding to specific requests, either in writing, or we can invite you in and we can have sessions where we can dive a little deeper. It all depends on your appetite for additional.
So which tells me the sooner we get questions in front of the team, the better, so that we can one way to get those answered. Okay.
And why December is important, because we need this authorization for us to legally begin expending resources January 1st.
This is a usual time pattern we use.
Yeah, it's what we always do.
And Matt, I know I was a little bit on tangent there earlier in my question about utilization, but the variance between rate classes is why I'm so interested in how do we understand the utilization in those rate classes and what does that imply for the cost of service study inputs? And I believe that there will be more opportunity for more flexibility and more utilization from the residential class in the future that might lead to, with some policy work and some collaboration might lead to some potentially beneficial outcomes there in the way that residential customers currently aren't, especially, well, I think there's more flexibility there than we have seen in the past. And we have started to move in that direction with our demand management program. But I think there's a lot more opportunity there so that in the future, higher utilization in the residential sector can help to avoid additional increasing costs relative to the other sectors.
This is what AMI brings us.
Sure.
right? The more granularity into the each customer's utilization, not only just the total consumption of kilowatt hours, but the demand of kilowatts that happen and how we allocate this cost. I think that'd be awesome. We get that. That'd be great.
Well, and I appreciate the efforts for, I think we talked last year around this time about ensuring that folks that might be residential high users rate class, so they don't get disproportionately charged because maybe they're an operation further than, my home. If I recall that right, there was some work you guys did to ensure that was the case when we made the change last time.
There is that, and then there's also the added information, just a lot more specific information about the same house. You can have two houses side by side. One has two air conditioning units, one has. The demand on the system from one is very different than the other. Right now, we don't have a way to differentiate between those two, so the fixed charge for both is the same, and they pay the same volumetric charge. In a future environment, we'll have a way to differentiate and say, well, your demand is higher, then your demand charge should be higher than your neighbor. I think it's going in that direction, which will have add more clarity. Still imperfect, but a lot better than it is today. Sure.
I think it'll give the utility that line of sight, but it also gives the customer line of sight to when they're using what they're using and preemptively plan their bill.
Any other comments? Questions?
So, I'm sorry, one more question. We have talked about the rate design update, and we are not seeing substantial changes in rate structures associated with the corporate operating plan in this rate action, right?
That's correct.
And but we do anticipate later in the year that some of that will go into effect.
Yeah, we're anticipating doing a mid-year review and then ultimately bringing it out some additional adjustments to the board for consideration, which I think we'd be looking for October for action on that.
You think?
I think
one block.
Right, so just specifically talk about these are the declining block rates that we've discussed in the past many times. The proposal in front of you still has those declining block rates. The difference in rates between each one of those blocks has shrunk dramatically. So there's a lot less difference between the three blocks of non-summer usage for residential customers. But there's still blocks. And I think what Director Williams was alluding to is sometime in the middle of next year, we'll come back to the board for a separate rate action that will eventually now just eliminate those blocks and have a flat rate and have a summer and summer rate without the decline. So that would be the expected progression.
And as of now, it'll strictly be a change in the structure, not additional.
Right now, it's just a change in the rate,
Right.
not
Just
just
so
the structure. So there's still the same blocks, same way we measure them, but just the rate we charge for each block is different. It's a lot more compact between one block and the next.
Let me just, so it's always clear, that would not be an additional likely increase in rates at all, strictly an adjustment in how the rates are determined. Correct?
Correct. Total revenue,
That's fine.
but I think going back to Director Buckner's point earlier, is it will help users,
I got that
customers
part.
know how to
Make
best
sure
use
people, it's clear that that's not, there would be no, there's no likelihood of a secondary rate increase in the middle of the year. Net increase.
Net increase. You will have some users who are large users who may be benefiting from a slightly lower block, right? And the non-summer months where they may experience an adjustment. But the point I'm trying to make is it's going to be a much smaller adjustment because there's really not that much difference between those blocks anyway. Right? It has been a labor of love over years and years to get us there and finally eliminate that, as Director Mulholland may remember.
you'll remember as part of the rate design project, we contemplated doing some of those now, or do we do those later and separate it from the rate action? And that was the recommendation. We talked to Brad about that as well, just so there's no confusion. Thank you.
Back to.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, end of the finance committee, next systems, Director Moody.
Let's keep going. Here we go. The Systems Committee met on November 6th. We had a very dense, very full meeting. You can see the full agenda there in front of you. Okay, so a couple items that I want to draw your attention to on that agenda. We will be talking about items 3 and 4 here momentarily. Item 5, the new generation project update for board members. That's what we got in closed session this morning for members of the public. Generally speaking, the board received an update on key aspects of the district's activities related to adding new generation. So naturally, a lot of work going on there and some contract negotiation matters. So that's why it was held in closed session. Item number 6, the Nebraska City Station New Ash Landfill Project update. The district is working towards addition to landfill cells at Nebraska City. We're expecting mid-2027 to be able to start using the southernmost cell. Specific to this conversation, the district provided the district provided an update on the work with the Otoe County Board of Commissioners, who asked for some very slight modifications to the plan, which the district honored and provided us an update on. An example there, there's a trailhead that sits down there that we're gonna make sure is moved to accommodate and still represents a great recreational opportunity for the public. So the final plan will go to the Otoe County Board on November 19th and then to the NDEE in mid-2025. So everything looked good. The committee was pleased to get an update on that. Item number 7, the major projects organization. As you all know, we have several major projects happening. So this update, there were really kind of 2 parts to it. First, the team provided a summary of the generation, transmission, and GIA projects that we have in front of us. And again, we're pretty familiar with most of those, but they just kind of gave a landscape view of all of the things we have going on. And then part 2 of the update was the committee hearing an update from the team on that major projects organization that's being stood up. So that's in part about staffing, and that's both internal and consultants. We've got a partner in Burns and Mac that's just at that one-year milestone with a bunch of projects going on where they're assisting us. So some good progress there. We also heard some updates on the technology that we're using, and there was a discussion of some of the risks and challenges that we have in front of us. All in all, I think the committee appreciated the update, asked some good questions, and it sounds like the work that's happening with the MPO right now has been really, really good. And then finally, the committee heard an update on the Master's Facility Program update. That's item number 8 up there. And so we have several facilities in motion. The one we got into the most was the Integrated Operations Center. It's at 60% design. Lots of really good progress happening there. So the committee appreciated the update on the work that's underway. And then we received quick updates on the West Service Center, Training Center update, and a quick update on Energy Plaza and the huddle space, what's going on there. So I ran through those really quickly. If you're interested in more, please hop into Diligence and comb through those decks. Lots of good information there. Okay, any immediate questions though on the chair's report? Okay, let's keep going. Mr. Foch is unavailable today, so to do the presentation on North Douglas County Transmission Project, I believe I'm kicking that to you, Mr. By.
That's right. So since Scott's out, we have Jake Farrell and we have Josh Virgil who come present on this. And then there's 2 items right after this that Jake will stay up and present those. Just as a reminder, Jake is our manager of land management, basically. And Josh, who used to be in the planning group, is now the manager of transmission engineering. Should enjoy the update.
All right, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for giving us the time today to give you an update on the North Douglas County Transmission Project. The agenda for today will cover the purpose and need of the project, schedule overview, routing and siting, and public engagement activities, and next steps of the project. Next slide, please. So the purpose and need of this project. The North Douglas County Transmission Project is being driven by the increasing customer demand for electricity, but will also provide other benefits to the district, such as additional capacity for economic development growth, and will support future system enhancements and enhance reliability. So the project contains 3 segments, as depicted up here on the slides. So segment 1 is building a new 2.3 mile double circuit transmission line from 114th and State Street to 140th and State. Since this is a new line, we will be going out and constructing that new easements along the route outlined there. Segment 2 will be a rebuild of an existing double circuit transmission line to a higher capacity. That will happen between 101st and State and 60th and Garvin Streets. The rebuild for this one will be done in existing easement as much as possible. Lastly, we got segment 3 shown in green up on the screen. That is also a rebuild of an existing double circuit transmission line with a higher capacity. And that one runs along I-680 from about 108th and Londo to 101st and State Streets.
Josh, what are the current voltages for segment 2 and 3, and which ones are we going to?
So the current voltages for segment 2 and 3 are double circuit 161 kV transmission lines. For these rebuilds, we are going to go with double circuit 345 kV over 161 kV.
Similar to what we saw on the South Sarpy project.
So the intent is to energize the 345 side to 161 until we get something that pops up discussing with our planning group on when we might need to utilize that path. So it's setting us up for future expansion and growth.
I mean, that would not require additional construction in the future. It would be just underutilizing the wires that are there for 345 in the future, right?
Correct. So there will be a little bit of construction that would need to happen at each substation end for that to go forward. And then also depending on what that actual plan is at those substations, if it's auto additions, things like that, there would be some substation expansion work.
It does prepare you for future growth to some extent, right? So you're planning for the now and a little bit of the future.
And it mitigates the customer interaction and, so.
Is this project in any way part of the SPP plan that would be subsidized from the region?
So the segments 2 and 3 were also identified in the SPP. I think it's the 2024 ITP study. So we will be getting NTCs for those 2 segments.
Notice to construct.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you, Javier. We should be getting those in the next 3 or 4 months, if my memory is correct.
And the fact that it's in that plan also implies some cost share.
Correct. 161 kV facilities are usually cost shared at one third of the costs.
And 345 kV lines are shared 95. We just pay for our share, which is about 5%, 5 to 6%. But equally, we get to pay for other utilities when they both ways.
The benefits to arrive in our district. That's great.
Yeah, there will be some nuances with that 345 portion since it is more than what the NTC will require for 161 kV. So those are some details we have to iron out yet. And then lastly, you have the portion in blue up there. Those 2 lines there were already addressed under a previous project. So they are not within the scope of the North Douglas County Transmission Project. Next slide, please. So one of the main things that you're going to see out of the rebuilds of segments 2 and 3 is the look of the line is going to be much different than it is now. So on the left, we have lattice tower construction, which is what the current line is today. And what we're going to be going to is the monopole construction, which is shown over there on your right. Now, there are benefits to this. The lattice tower footprint on this line is generally 20 to 25 feet on each side. So 20 by 25 foot square. Whereas the monopoles are typically 7 to 12 feet in diameter at the base of the poles. Now, one of the drawbacks, that could be pointed out is that when you go to the monopole setup as we have here, there may be additional poles that will need to be added to the route as we go through the detailed design phase, which that will be happening fairly soon. We've already started engineering on segment 1. So segments 2 and 3 will come later.
Josh, you want to talk about maybe the resiliency difference between the two types of construction?
Yeah, resiliency wise, lattice towers, they have longer spans. They're good for certain events, but when you go to the monopole construction here, we're working off of more modern standards, latest standards. So the requirements have gone up over years. The existing line is from the 50s, and we've got quite a bit of time between those standards and what we have today. So the monopole steel new construction over here should provide some more resiliency to what's on the system.
So the lattice towers are further apart than the monopoles. Monopoles are closer together, so you have in a mile, you would have more monopoles than you would have lattice towers.
Generally speaking, yes. Okay, next slide, please. So transmission projects of this scale require years of advanced planning and design. The project was announced publicly in October, where we had local leader meeting, public open house, and online meetings. And this month, the next step will be to discuss the project and impacts with directly impacted landowners, and also get out there and start doing field surveys to support the engineering of the project. And the goal is to have construction start in 2026. And as you can see up here, that the in-service dates will be a bit staggered since we're breaking up the work in different segments as we've been talking. And the goal is to have everything energized by December of 2027. So one other thing I'd like to add to this is that we get a lot of questions on outage impacts to customers. And this project is primarily focused on transmission system upgrades that generally do not impact, do not directly cause outages for individual OPPD customers. But some work involving the distribution lines to support the bigger effort, especially on that segment 1 where it's a new line, may require some short planned outages. But as with any outages that we have with our distribution system, those will be coordinated with impacted customers well in advance.
Josh, is there a typo there? You have 2 segment 1 completes.
Yep, that December 2027 should say segment 2.
Segment 2.
Apologize for that.
Thanks, Josh. Jake Farrell, Manager of Real Property and Land Management. I'm going to dive a little deeper into where we've been and where we're going over the next several months. But we'll first talk about segment 1. As Josh stated, segment 1 is the only greenfield site, and we'll be running from an existing substation, 140th and State, to a newly built construction or substation on Google Cloud. As Josh stated, our community is growing, thriving. With that requires a lot of upgrades to our facilities. I thought it was really interesting as we were talking to some of the local leaders. Douglas County Commissioner indicated that 85% of the growth in Douglas County is happening in this area. So I thought that was a good talking point for us as we go back out to the public. But this one, it was fairly simple. We did a internal routing study for this project. As you can see here, stay on the south, there's a home right here. To avoid that home, there's a school, Davis Middle School right here, obviously a neighborhood. It really made sense that we go in front of some commercial properties here, head north. This is the landfill, Douglas County landfill, and then stay on north all the way over to the existing substation. With that one, next slide, we'll go into segments 2 and 3. Okay, so segment 2, as Josh stated, these are rebuilds, right, of an existing line. We did an internal routing review, and really that included a rights and review restrictions of our easements. Our easements are vintage 1950s. Put that in perspective, this line predated I-680. So adjustments were made to this line as Interstate 680 went in. So all of this growth has happened around us. It creates some complexities in how we approach some of these things. During our review, it was determined like, hey, there's 680 there. What if we share that with the NDOT? What does that really look like? The NDOT just recently updated their policies and procedures to allow facilities inside of their rights of way. We met with them many times. Great conversation, no fault to them. They got to protect their right of way as well. We got to a point where they would allow us in their right of way, but it was at our risk. Josh could tell you these things are extremely expensive to build, and that type of risk was just not something that we were to take. So it was our recommendation from that routing study that it was best to use our existing easement where we could, knowing that not just that restriction, but that the I-680 work from Fort all the way to the river over the next 5-10 years is getting expanded. There was going to be impacts to things we're doing. So with that, we will try to minimize impacts as best we can, but as we see, as we do a lot of these projects that have been here for 70 years, there's things in our way. Trees, sheds, pools, all of those things will be impactful as we reestablish our easement rights. So,
Jake, the crossing of 680, that remains in the same place that it is today?
Yes, sir.
Any concerns with the right of way as you cross?
Not in our conversations with the NDOT, we do have a permit in place for that. They have not indicated that that's a challenge for them. I'm sure as they're designing their expansion of 680 there that they'll ask for certain things that we'll accommodate as best we can.
So your previous comment was instead of moving the line and have it go parallel on the same route as 680, which would have been easier.
Yes.
The complexities of the expansion of 680 and right of ways is forcing us to keep it in the same.
That's great summarization. Obviously, this is a lake, right? And being by a dam has its own challenges from an environmental perspective as far as permitting and time. It was looked at to try to go down State Street, stay on 680, and then go up and then down Garvin. One of the biggest challenges we're going to have on this project is that there is a home and shed directly under the line that's been there since the line was established in 1950. So we're going to have to, it's well aware, we've had many conversations with these landowners, but we're seeking engineering solutions to minimize any impacts that might have, but we'll be working with them pretty closely.
Is that infringing on our existing easements? Or did it predate the line and we went over the top of it, or?
Yeah, great question. Surprisingly enough, this line was put in by Nebraska Power, this portion of it. So predated OPPD and.
That's the power company.
Yes, yeah. And at the end of the day, it was put in with that house and shed there. Very unique. This is not something that we see very often, but it's here. I gotta say, all of these projects that we recently have, we're experiencing, things we've never had to deal with in the past. So
We're talking 1930s here, right?
oh yeah, yes, and I think it was 1931 when that was put in. So it's a dog kennel, Katie's Kennel is what it's called.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's a small business as well.
Okay, it's also subdivision 6, so I'll look forward to a phone call.
We've had many conversations with her,
680 down around 60th.
Anything I can do.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Next slide. Segment 3 is much of the same. As Josh said, we start at the Arboretum, and to Javier's point here, we do cross the interstate twice, very within a close proximity to each other. This is where we really thought that we were going to have some alignment with the NDOT to, all right, let's just minimize and do this. They're starting a project from Fort Street all the way up to Irvington here in the next few years to widen 680 through there. If you drive 680, you do at Fort Street come into merge into a smaller set of lanes, but with that, they just couldn't find alignment. So we will be utilizing existing easement. This is where we run into existing encroachments. So OPPD is political subdivision and a good neighbor and partner have allowed certain encroachments in 161 lines, 161 kV. As Josh stated, this is gonna be a 345 kV. We usually like those clear and usually mandated. So some engineering solutions along here are gonna be very complex as we try to minimize easement areas to allow encroachments that we've already previously allowed. But, any questions on segment 3? And next slide is really kind of an overview of easements themselves. Again, as we do the rights and restrictions review, we look at like these vintage easements, what rights do we have? Our rights are to construct, operate, and maintain facilities within these easements. That allows for us to place poles. As we stated earlier, these don't span as far, so we're gonna need to work closely with landowners to make sure that even though these bases are a lot smaller, there'll be additional ones across this entire project. How do we minimize any impacts to residential and commercial properties? And always, we have our promise to, and we're committed to make sure that we're engaged with the public, not just directly impacted landowners, but we will, through OPPD Community Connects, as well as opportunities to hold public meetings where they might need to be to keep the community informed as we're going through this project. I did want to highlight a few outreach to that point. We're looking at this through the IAP2 lens as an inform and consult level. We held a local leader meeting on October 17th. We invited 35 local leaders. We did have 5 that showed up and they were actively engaged. We did hold an open house on the 24th. 6,700 mailers went out. We sent 2 mailers out. We did have 46 people attend, received comments. A lot of them were around storms. If you remember, the storms really kind of went through this area. Will this help if I lose power? And to Josh's point, this is a different type of power solution. So we did have some engagement there. And we did follow up with that with an online public meeting. This is something we expanded. COVID kind of showed us that online does do some engagement. We didn't have as many attended as we were hoping. We only had 8, but it did reach 8 people that may not have been touched in if we didn't. So, and again, this is on OPPD Community Connect. With that, questions? We plan on reaching out to directly impacted landowners at the end of this month, walking through this and working with engineering, providing feedback of what landowners are saying as they are designing. It's a huge collaborative effort. And again, construction will start 2026 in a staged approach, but will be totally in service, hopefully by end of 2027. And then we start damage restorations. Questions, concerns, comments? Perfect. Thank you. I think I got the next 2 things as well. So we'll move into, don't know what's next here.
Easement authorization.
Okay, so as is customary to these types of projects of the North Douglas County, which is the presentation we just went through, we do come to the board as we are going to be negotiating easement rights, both permanent and temporary easements, to acquire the authorization to use eminent domain as necessary. Again, this is something that we use as a last resort, and we try to find a mutually satisfactory agreement prior to any eminent domain proceedings, but this is a tool in the chest to help us get to an end. Again, there's 3 segments. Segment 1 is 2.3 miles along State Street. Segment 2 and 3 are rebuilds, 3.7 miles and 4.1 miles. Those easements may be needed as we adjust to engineer some solutions around existing challenges.
Jake, remind us if we do need to use eminent domain, is that something that gets reported back to the board?
Yeah, I think we put in here as item number management will report the following eminent domain proceedings to the board. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think it's pretty standard protocol here. Any questions, concerns?
Jake, thank you for taking the heat on this. I know there's people out there that think you're awful, but we appreciate.
I appreciate
it. Be the face of this type of work. It's tough, and thank you for doing that. It takes broad shoulders to be the bad guy sometimes, so.
I truly appreciate it. Thank
We
you.
think you're wonderful, but
Yes.
if he knocks on your door, don't answer.
Yeah.
All right, and then one more item here, last item, then I'll get out of your hair, but we have some property down in Dunbar. It's railroad right away. If you recall, OPPD acquired what we call the Arbor Line from Burlington Northern back in 1997. It was a pathway to serve Nebraska City. It's 56 miles. We maintain that right of way. As a result of some conversations with the elevator down there, they wanted to lease some property. We realized that a road, really the intersections of Indiana Street and Wheeler Street, is built on our property. It's been there since before we took over ownership of this. So as a liability, so you can see Indiana Street here and Wheeler Street, the road kind of goes like this. The red is what we're looking at dedicating to the city of Dunbar, or the village of Dunbar. It's been there. It has no impact to our operations. So at the end of the day, we're seeking authorization from the board to dedicate this road or this property to the village of Dunbar for road right away.
So we're not selling this to the village, we're just giving them an easement basically, or?
Dedicating. So we're just granting it to them.
We kind of vacated it anyway, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're lucky that we hold some powers that you can't, like adverse possession OPPD.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, if we were anyone else, this would have just been gone through some court system stuff, but
And I will say the village of Dunbar, not that that made a decision or not, but they've been very, very helpful, especially their elected officials as well.
Any other questions on this one?
Easy one to vote on.
I think it is too. Quick question on this, and I'm looking at you,
Brings a nice
Mr. Commissioner. This, we're required to get involved because of BL10. Is there I'm curious about why the board needs to be involved in something like this for future reference. Does the state law require that we are involved in this?
It does seem unusual. I understand that, but the short answer is that whenever property of the district is sold or dispossessed, this would be more in the latter category, the board has to take that action.
Okay.
Real property.
For real property.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I didn't say that. Yes, real property.
I'm experienced with that with other government agencies as well, even as small as the property might be.
Thanks, Jake.
thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, we are on to the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Here comes Victor Ewing.
Always, I think he has some fun pictures to show.
That's all.
As always, we always start with pictures. Tim Yelling, Senior Director of Fort County Decommissioning. And gonna go through what work we've been doing, but then also look ahead at what's coming up over the next year and the next 2 years. So if we could go to the next slide, please. The last time I was here was about August. And when that first picture was taken in the upper left-hand side, that's from inside a containment and what it looked like. And then the picture on the lower right is what it looked like 5 or 6 weeks later. So you can see a lot of work done to get those structures down to the level where the excavator is there. The arrow is pointing at what used to be the personnel access hatch when we would enter containment during operation. And that'll kind of be a landmark for the next couple pictures as well. So we can go to the next slide, please. So we go from mid-September into early October, and you can see now we're starting to work our way down. We need to go down about 20 feet from where the excavator is sitting. So you can see we're starting to move down below that access hatch even further. And by the late October, in this section of containment, we are down to the solid concrete floor. So not all of it was done, but on this side of the camera, we're down to that level. And we're continuing to make really good progress in here. We're several weeks ahead of where we expected to be. Right now, we're working on going down 3 foot through that solid concrete floor to get to the bottom of the decommissioning or the deconstruction work that we have to do. That was expected to be completed in January. There's a good chance that we can get that done this year still with, as well as things are moving forward in that area.
Tim, is this area covered or does the recent rain have any impact?
This is inside a containment, still got the roof on it, so it is all covered. That is the one nice thing about this. It's a
Okay.
nice, dry, controlled environment.
Very good.
Next slide will take us to a little recap of 2024, but then really start to look ahead. So the recap in the upper left, talk about all the work we did in containment, the material that we moved out to Clyde, Utah for the disposal. And it says 30 million pounds. That's probably closer to 40 million at this point, moving along nicely. But then the site surveys and the NRC inspection. So we do surveys every day of the week, basically, to make sure that the work is being done safely for the environment, for our workers, for the public. And the NRC inspection is one of the things they did a couple of different times this year, was come in with their independent contractor and did validation surveys to make sure that the work we're doing matches the results that they're seeing, and they are. So things went really well in 2024 from that standpoint, and that allows us to start looking ahead to the future. So the big red X's and the green stars, the red X's, it's everything that's still to be removed from site. So still a lot of work left, but if you think about what that picture looked like several years ago, a lot of the work is behind us at this point. The green stars are the items that will stay. So the fuel stays. It's not in the picture, but the security building for the fuel stays as well. There's a couple of storage sheds just to the right of those buildings, or the fuel storage area, that stay. The substation stays. And then right about in the middle of the picture, the white roofed building is what we refer to as the training center, which is where we did all of our training when we were an operating facility. Today, that building is used for training, offices, laboratories, storage, basically any need we have for a building, that's the building that's being used. And I've got disposition to be determined. We are keeping that building at least through license termination, as well as the lots around it, to maximize the options for that building afterwards.
You want to talk really quickly about the flooding and what, there's a reason why that building stays, and it's, part of it is just the flooding and the elevation, that it doesn't really compromise that. Is that directionally?
Yeah, this picture actually comes from shortly after the flooding this year. The land to the north, it's all dirt color, was beautiful green alfalfa before the flood. But around the training center itself, it is built up a little bit. So the parking lots get some water in them and they need to be protected. But the training center itself is built up above what we've seen for flooding over the last 5 years. So that is beneficial for that building itself. But in the end, if we determine there's a need for it, we've got parking lots, lay down lots, really opens up our options for the building. If we determine it's not needed, then those lots will be removed after the license is terminated. On the red X's, kind of the one I would point out is the upper right-hand corner, that long white building. That's the shipping facility. That's the last thing that will be removed from the red X category. And if we can go to the next slide, we'll talk about when all that will go. Yes.
Right. Top center, farthest away from everything else, kind of out in the field. What's that red X?
That is the sewage lagoon.
Yeah, I've been there before, but I haven't been to that location.
Yes, it's way out there.
And that's
We
already,
could put that on the next.
that's
tour.
already been, that's already been,
That, we're working on that right now. We've removed all the sludge from those facilities. Now we have to do our surveys and then backfill those, but working on those now. We go to the next slide then. So for 2025, basically we'll take out all of those red X's except the shipping facility. That includes containment as well. And I include in there the surveys to just reiterate the point, continue doing radiological surveys as we're doing the work. After the work's done, prove that the place is safe and our workers are too. And then that gets us into 2026. And the last thing that will go after the last shipment of radiological waste is that shipping facility. We would expect that to be roughly the first quarter of 2026. Shortly thereafter, after we do a little more site restoration work, we'll get to the milestone of substantial completion, which is what I report out every time I'm here for the third quarter of 2026. We are still on track to achieve that. After that's done, we'll finish up those radiological surveys. That informs all the documentation that we send to the NRC, and we'll submit that. So by this time, 2 years from now, all the paperwork should be submitted to the NRC, and they should be reviewing that for release of the license for the site. You also notice in 2026, there's an asterisk next to several of the different milestones. That's where we project there to be staffing reductions as we finish up this project. Right now, there's about 40 individuals that are still part of the decommissioning project that aren't related to the dry fuel storage. Roughly 2/3 of those individuals will be retirement eligible by the time we get to 2026 and have indicated that's probably the path that they want to take. Certainly in 2 years, we can all come up with different thoughts about what we want to do. But there's about 1/3 of the individuals that still want to find a spot within the district. And at this point, there's about 150 people that have left from Fort Calhoun and gone into the district in various roles. And continued throughout 24, expected to happen through 25 and 26 as well as opportunities become available. So if I wrap it all up, 2024 went well, even with the challenge of the flood. Still on track for substantial completion in third quarter of 26 and still on budget. That's the end of my report, pending questions.
Tim, once we submit that package to NRC, what's the turnaround time on that? Any sense for it?
Yeah, it's a little bit variable. We're submitting it in phases ahead of time to try to improve the timeline, but I would say from 6 months to a year is what we should count on.
Is there anything that, like, is that time frame preventing us from taking any other action? Like, we need to get that approval in order to do X, Y, and Z? Is that consequential in any way, or is it not?
There's no approval that's needed for anything that we have planned now. If we wanted to release part of that land for whatever opportunity becomes available, that might be a hindrance.
Right.
There is an option though, instead of releasing the whole thing at one time, if we knew we wanted just a partial, we could release a partial probably sooner. I've already done a partial release early in the project to exercise the process and make sure we could accomplish such.
You mentioned the timing for the NRC approval. Is there much of a track record there? Are we near or are we kind of on the cutting edge a little bit as far as decommissioning our plant? Have there been many plants totally decommissioned yet?
There's a handful, and I would say about it, it's a little bit like the operating plants. Each one is different and each one has their own unique challenges. I think we would compare well against some of the other decommissionings, but I'm not ready to say we're the best, but I think we compare well.
On that, it's few have been decommissioned. Not all plants have been deconstructed the same.
Okay.
I think that's a big difference on how fast we moved. I get 3 questions asked regular. These are the FAQs for nuclear that I get to field a lot, and most recently. Number 1, can some customers sign up an agreement with us and re-energize these facilities, just like you've seen Amazon and others try to do these with other nuclear facilities? And the answer is no. As you clearly saw with the pictures, we're beyond that point. The facility has been deconstructed. But I get that question a lot.
Me too.
The other question, do you miss the 480 megawatts the facility generated? Absolutely. Megawatt for megawatt, we miss those megawatts. Was it the right decision? Well, we just talked about flooding, right? That the site has continued to flood many times since we decommissioned. And so I'll summarize the decision that the board made a few years ago. It had little to do with the technology, it had more to do with the location, the cost, and the challenges to operate in that part of the river. And the third question is nuclear in part of the future will be big? And the answer I give is very much so. At least the consideration of nuclear has to be part of there's our decision, the board's decision to decommission Fort Calhoun, again, had nothing to do against that technology. It was the site specific, it was the cost and the location. But there are a lot of very attractive features about nuclear generation technology going into the future that remain attractive, and they will continue to be part of our considerations, obviously subject to board approval. But I wanted to emphasize those points because, again, I get asked that question a lot. I'm guessing you too. It's important to answer those questions as many times as we can.
I think one last comment. We were back in New York talking to the agencies, and this has been an item that they've addressed as a risk in the past. There's not a boilerplate utilized. This is a really good piece of information to take out where we're going to be by 26 as it relates to, you know, how they look at us from a credit quality perspective. So it was really exciting to be able to take this out to them and tell the story. So hats off to you, Tim and Troy and team for making this happen.
Thank you. Sorry, before you go, board members, as is noted in the memo that precedes all of this and diligent, the decommissioning oversight committee was out in October. I think a few of us attended. I'm trying to remember. You were there. I was there.
I think it was just
It might have been it. Again, great report from them, good feedback, couple opportunities to make sure that we're continuing to go, but a lot of the theme I felt like was like, it's that last, it's finishing it is when people get to, right? So I thought it was a really good, another great feedback session from the DOC. I don't know if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, no, I would just reinforce for several meetings now, the message has been the end is the hardest.
Yeah.
Because you gotta pull all these little things together that end up not being little things. So don't lose focus, keep going. So I say a lot of work's done, but truly, there's still plenty of work to do over the next 2 years.
Did the DOE give us a date when they're gonna swing by and pick up that spent fuel?
They have not
They
given.
have not. No. Let us know if they.
Thanks, Sam. Worth asking. Okay, and then last for the systems committee, an AMI program update. Strong.
Yeah, thank you. So Aaron Smith's gonna come up and we continue to be very excited about the project. This is our 4th of 4 quarterly updates for this year. The program's gonna take a bit of a shift next year. We talked about this in the systems pre-committee, but a lot of what we've been up to the last 2+ years has been product selection. What are we gonna use? How are we gonna use it? What's the schedule gonna look like? How do we calibrate our cost estimates? What's our timeline for deployment? And a lot of those things were not particularly high visibility unless you were involved in them. And so 2025 is gonna be a major shift for us. We're gonna be a lot more visible. We're gonna be doing more physical work in the field. It's gonna complicate potentially our other operations, as well as we're gonna be putting some new meters on some customer premises. So we're just really excited about this. And Aaron's here to kind of talk about what to expect early next year and what we've been up to.
All right, thanks, Brad. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Aaron Smith, Director of Distributed Device Strategy, and I'm our business sponsor for our overall AMI ecosystem program. A look at our agenda today, we'll talk a little bit about kind of a program overview, a bit of a refresher for you all as the board, but also kind of bringing folks up to speed who may be listening online. We'll talk about the customer capabilities and what this is going to mean for our customers, the new world that this will open up. We'll also go through and talk about, you know, what does a future storm response look like once we have AMI and these other critical systems in place. Certainly, we've had two of the two biggest storms ever the past 3 years. And so that's something that's definitely always at the back of our mind. We're always ready. We never want it to happen, but we always have to be ready. And then finally, we'll talk about some of our customer marketing, communication, our outreach, and kind of give you a little flavor for what that's going to look like as well. And then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. Go to the next slide. So looking here kind of at our program, right? This is a lot. This is a lot. And so some of the key elements we have, new AMI 2.0 meters, those are from Landis & Gyr, they're the Ravello meters. And you might say, well, what makes a meter, you know, 2.0? Really, it's the ability to create a grid edge network of edge computing and also be able to provide grid level sensor data as well as really granular data for our customers. This is going to provide much more information on how our customers use energy and in some cases also generate energy as well. And this also sets us up for the future and opens a lot of possibilities when we think about future rates. We have our biannual rate review that Jeff's team leads. This AMI data is really going to open a whole new world of possibilities in that space as we move forward.
It allows us to download updates to the meter too.
Yes, yep, it's like kind of like a computer on the house where, on your iPhone, you may get, I need to do a monthly update. We'll be able to do all those updates over the air. And so we're thinking of these as a 20-year asset, and that helps us to future-proof those, and we're all constantly able to upgrade those to the latest version with that technology.
Sorry, you said granular data. Can you remind us that's 15-minute, 5-minute?
So the majority will be 15 minutes. We are going to have about 5% of meters that will have 5-minute data. We call those kind of our bellwether meters. Those will be the ones that we feed all of them in, but these will be the critical ones for our operational systems to get that more granular level of data in terms of voltage and loading and help us as we run power flow models on our new outage management and distribution management as well. So we have our field area network. In metropolitan dense areas, it's an RF mesh IP network. What that really means is it provides a different layer of redundancy and resiliency. So if the message normally goes a certain path and for whatever reason there's an outage or something prevents it from going that path, it can hop and the information will take a different path back. So we're not ever losing information or communication from the meters. Even if we did, they have the ability to store like a year's worth of data. So it's never lost, but this provides resiliency and communication where if the normal path is not able to be used, it can reroute and still get the message back. We've got our AMI head-in system, which is kind of the brain. This is where all the data floods into. And then from there, we send it to the various operating systems. One of the key ones is our meter data management system that allows all of the meter data. That'll also provide our billing determinants to our CC&B, our customer care and billing for generating customer bills.
Quickly, that's super, super important, right? Because we're talking about all the new things, all the new features, the future. But we cannot do any of that if we're compromising the present. The present is billing, make sure that customers, we don't have any interruptions on the bill itself. The very basic function that the meter does. That is, and that has been one of the reasons why it's taken us so long, is make sure that we have all of these really ready to integrate and we don't put that at risk.
Yep. Excellent point, Javier. Thank you. And one of the things I'll point out too is regardless whether customers have the new meter or the old during the transition period, all of the data is going to be going into meter data management and going from one location. So we're going to do that all at once. The operational data, such as outages, voltage, load, will be fed into our new outage management system. In addition, the outage management is where we house our real-time operating model, which for the first time will be available to our crews in the field on an app called Compass. So they'll be able to see the exact same thing as our distribution operators are seeing. Our GIS, Geographic Information System, houses that circuit connectivity model and also is a way to display all of our asset information geographically. The EAM, or Enterprise Asset Management, this is where we'll store all of our distribution asset data and meter data. And this will also be where all of our work orders on the system live. The Field Service Management, this is our scheduling engine for how we'll manage work. And it's also how our field resources will receive their work, and it'll also provide them mapping and routing capability as they're moving between job locations. Our new outage map, which is a portion of our customer platform, will provide a much more granular look at outages and be able to provide things like outage status and ETRs, or estimated time of restoration. And we'll talk a little bit more about that here as I get deeper in the presentation. And then finally, our customer platform, that will let customers manage their account, be able to sign up for and receive alerts in the way that they prefer, such as a text, a banner message, an email, or automated phone call. And then once customers have a new meter, they'll be able to go in and view that 15-minute level detail that we talked about earlier. So overall, really, a key point is this is one of, if not the biggest digital transformations in the industry. And so it's really complex. We have 10 different systems, 6 different vendors. There's a lot that goes into all this. If you can go to the next slide, please. So as you can imagine, making all of this stuff I just talked about happen is very difficult and complex. Across the program, we're in full execution mode now, doing various stages of system testing across all these systems. As an example, for our release 1A, which we're targeting for June of 2025, that includes our head end and meter data management system will be live, feeding data to our systems like CCMB with new integrations. Our new outage management system will be live. GIS will also be our new system of record, and we'll have our new customer outage map. And so just to make all that stuff work together for 1A, we have over 500 different test scenarios that we're going through. And within those, there's multiple test cases below those. So that's a lot that has to really go right. And again, our target date is June, and we're driving very hard to that target date. We also know our schedule is very, very vendor dependent. If we go in and test and find some things, they have to go back and fix it. We have to retest it. So there's a lot of complexity that goes into that. The next one is our release 1B. This is when our enterprise asset management, field services, some additional changes to CCMB, and then our customer platform, the web version will go live, where customers can, again, log in for self-service activities, whether you're starting, stop service, moving, viewing, pay your bill, as well as sign up for our messaging. And then this is also in October 25, when our first the first 10,000 meters will be deployed over about a 3-month period from October to the beginning of 2026. And then finally, our release C in January, this is where we'll have the My OPPD app available on the App Store and Google Play and everything out there, so customers can access it on the go on their phone. If you hit the next one, we'll talk a little bit more, kind of a deeper dive into customer capability. So with that new outage map, and one thing to highlight is this is prior to any of the new meters going out, but all of our customers will benefit from having this new modern outage map. We'll have it grouped by outage event versus today where we kind of have it grouped by zip code. So you'll be able to see like, yep, that's my outage. You'll be able to see an outage status like that, hey, there's a crew on the way or there's a crew working in my area. We'll also be able to publish estimated time of restoration, which are ETRs, and then outage causes if we know what caused it. Sometimes in the winter, for example, we get icy conditions, a car hits a pole, causes an outage. If we know that information, we'll be able to relay that back to customers on the map itself. In release B, this is where customers will be able to go into the portal and sign up for alerts, so they can actually get a text or a banner or an email, their preference on what they want to see. Again, also those self-service capabilities, whether you're starting, stopping service, et cetera. And this is where our soft launch of meters comes into play. And so for those in that first 10,000, we'll be able to log in and actually see that granular level of detail. Everyone else will still be able to see their detail. It'll just be kind of the monthly detail that we have today, but you'll also be able to view that online. And then again, in January, this is where the self-service via the app will happen. If you'll go to the next one. So this is where we talk about storm restoration. So today, as you all know, we rely on customers to call in when they have an outage. Also, we're not able to proactively update customers specific to their outage at a very granular level. Sometimes when we've gotten major events, we've been able to get some information out there, but it's largely a large chunk and kind of projecting a day. And again, as we talk about ETRs, going forward, customers will still need to submit an outage online. But once we're aware, those that have signed up for alerts will get that alert saying, yep, we know we've got your outage, and may provide some information on it in terms of the status. Again, also we'll be able to publish ETR information and update that as we go. And I do want to caveat, ETRs are very, very difficult, especially when you get into a large major event. If you followed any of the hurricanes that happened in the Southeast this year, it's extremely hard. And so we know that over time, that's something that we'll work on, we'll improve on. It's not going to be perfect day one, but it's a channel that we can get information out there quickly. And if we adjust course and get new information, we can change that and publish that out to customers, which is something we really, on a minute-to-minute basis, we can't do today very easily. So that's going to be a big thing. But again, ETRs are always hard. The next piece, again, we'll have the outage map to be able to go in and see that, the portal. And again, as we're as we're talking about all these things that we're deploying in the future state, we'll be able to know when homes and businesses are out of power once all the meters are fully deployed. And right now, our full deployment schedule is 2026 to 2028. It's likely to begin about May of 26, because we've said kind of our soft launch period is going to start kind of May of 25 with our first releases, new outage map, new OMS. We'll have about 12 months of those systems operating and deploying meters, and then we'll be ready to go into our full launch capabilities. And then it'll be the second half of 26, 27, and then finish by the end of 28 is what we're projecting. And again, as I mentioned all this, I mentioned a lot of dates, a lot of information. We're driving really hard towards these dates, but we won't sacrifice quality in order to get there. We have to make sure it's going to be a good customer experience. We have to make sure we're not impacting our critical daily operations of the utility as we go. So I just want everyone to kind of keep that in mind, that we're pushing very hard for these, but you could see some adjustments in the future because we want to make sure that it's quality, number one. The biggest thing to mention too on storms is when we get a large event, we're able to usually pick up customers. We kind of pick up a neighborhood. There may be still a few customers though that are still out because they have an issue with their service drop, as an example. And so we've restored the neighborhood today without visibility. We think everyone's back on. They may not be. With AMI, we'll be able to know that right away. On the flip side of that, today we go and clean up a lot of outages that may remain in our system where the customer actually has already been restored, but due to the way the calls came in, it didn't group that way. And so we don't know that. So we can also save a lot of truck rolls in the back end too. So one, customers won't be hanging out there that we don't know. And two, we won't be running trucks all over town to stuff that's already actually on. So that's when we think about storms and major events, that's a really, really big implication of having AMI and the AMI data. And then if you'll go to the next slide, what I want to do is just kind of tee up our approach to customer outreach and education. We have an internal team working with our strategic partner, and we're designing what the customer journeys are going to look like. We're going to be able to highlight the capabilities, some of which I've kind of highlighted here today for our customers. What's this going to mean for me to have AMI, to have a customer platform, to have a new outage map? And then providing awareness to when the work is going to happen. Hey, we're going to be out there. This is what it's going to look like. My experience at 10 or 15 hours, we'll pull up the meter, and just so customers know exactly what to expect. We're also working on educating key community leaders and stakeholders as well, so that broadly our community knows what's going on. And if folks have questions, then they'll have some information that they can rely on. And then again, continuing the communication post install. Have you tried the new outage map? Have you seen, all the follow-up to kind of continue that building of using of what we're building. And then finally kind of continuing to build on the message that we're delivering more. And so we're setting up right now, working really hard now kind of through into the year, into early next year, on building a schedule for what all of this outreach will look like in coordination with our soft launch meter deployments next year. And then kind of we're working through what's the cadence of messaging, what's that going to look like. And then I want to give a nod to in the February all committees meeting, we'll have Matt Hardebeck, who's our Director of Customer Experience, Kate Thomas, the Director in Public Affairs, are going to come in and provide a more detailed update of exactly what that plan looks like and what customers can expect to hear from OPPD. So just wanted to tee it up a little bit today that work is ongoing, and we'll provide a much more detailed look at that in the February update. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that there may be.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, questions?
Yeah, so you talk about, can you go back 2 slides? 2 slides ago. Okay, so the last item here talks about customers with legacy meters. Help me understand what our intention is with allowing legacy meters.
Okay, so kind of 2 different things here. One, this is in reference to if your neighborhood happens to be one of the later ones and you're not going to be in 28, you'll still need to call in.
Sure.
In terms of if customers don't want this. Today, we have a handful of folks that have opted out from our current AMR meters. It's less than 10.
Less than 10 customers.
Less than 10 customers. And they pay an extra service charge to have us go manually read that. If someone is really intent on doing that, we're planning to provide that to them if they want that option, again, with that extra service charge to do that. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll have more on that later. I think we'll be real clear on how that's gonna work. I think to the credit of your question, this really helps draw out when we're transitioning for the new meters to come out, there will still be a subset of customers on the legacy meters. And really, it's a communication issue where when we say, hey, the new meters, you don't have to call, my neighbor probably isn't gonna know when he or she gets a new meter. And so we're just trying to be faithful to say, it's not all gonna happen at once. So it's really clarity.
That's fine. I think that through some of the conversations I had at the APPA meeting in San Diego, a couple of, I'll say, the horror stories around rollout of AMI was allowing people to opt out of it for an undefined amount of time. And now the utility that was that allowed that wants now everyone to move over and is hitting a lot of roadblocks with that. So I think that if we do allow an opt-out, we need to be very clear it's only for a certain, I would encourage us to look at a certain number of years or something like that, where then it's, you know, we're not allowing it after a certain date. Something along those lines.
I think that's great feedback for us to take into our plan. And when we bring that back, we'll be able to kind of speak to that with clarity.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Then I also was curious of like the first 10,000, are you asking for volunteers or how?
So.
Do we have one?
Do
we have a volunteer?
Yes, me, but I'm just curious of like how, like what part of, like, are we ready to report like what part of town we're focused on? Are we asking for volunteers? Like, what does this look like?
Yeah, so I can kind of give a high level update. I don't want to get too specific because we want our communications to go out to the customers in those areas. But in general, we're going to have an area of Bellevue included. That's where some of our oldest existing AMR meters are. We're going to have kind of a South Omaha area, move towards downtown, some apartment complexes that are on our downtown network, an area of kind of North Omaha and towards the airport. Then we'll have an area of Central Omaha, kind of, I think I-80, 84th-ish, that area. And then kind of a western area that's kind of Elkhorn Schools-ish area as well for Metro. And then in the rural, we have several different ones, kind of some areas down by Peru to Ashland, just south of Fremont. So kind of, we wanted to provide a really good test of meters of our customer outreach with lots of different terrain, lots of different configurations in terms of density.
Mostly driven by communications, right? It's to test the communication geographical challenges.
In the older meters.
Yeah, we wanted to hit some of the older ones first as an asset replacement strategy.
I would say also you're getting a cross section of our customers as well, of like how sophisticated will they be with the technology, and like that'll help tune into the educational elements. Okay.
Yep. So yeah,
I'm happy with that. Thank
it's
you.
fine tuning the technology and fine tuning our outreach, and gives us an example to do that across a wide variety of our territory.
Maybe one quick thought if I could. We're trying to break it.
Correct.
We want to put it in spots that we're focused on to see what it can actually do to make sure when we cascade. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Break both the technology as well as the customer experience, so we know what we need to do to.
Early majority, is that the term? Yeah.
Early adopter.
Okay,
Early
yes.
early majority, I guess, yeah.
Great questions. Other questions, colleagues?
As far as distributed energy resources, does this new ecosystem with all the 6 components that we've talked about also accommodate like a distributed energy resources management system getting incorporated to pair with the meters? This is something I have spoken with Brad about specifically.
Yeah, that's on our roadmap. So it's the parts of the outage management, distribution management that are going in live in 25 don't have the DERMS or the distributed energy resource piece, but that will go live in 2026 when we add on the advanced distribution management functions, so some of the real-time power flows, and it has an operational DERMS model. Now that will have to interface with a lot of other systems to bring that data back so that we can see all that. But that is on our roadmap, and that'll be coming in the future year.
You touch on such an important piece here. It's think about the modernization that this utility is going through. It's going to look and feel very different than what our employees felt just 2 years ago. Well, today we have an OMS, an outage management system that has been updated a few times. The outage management system that we're talking about here is significantly more modern. We'll still have that, of course. And we will have an advanced distribution management system, ADMS, which we don't have today. And we'll have DERMS, distributed energy resource management system. So it's the augmentation of capabilities. It's incredible. And again, it's taking a long time because there's a lot behind the scenes. There's a lot of training and employee engagement that we need to change management that we need to navigate. But at the end of the day, the experience that a customer owner will have once we have all of these features in place it could be no different than what they have today. Let me be clear, like some people may not want to engage. That's fine. Your service won't change, but it will open up significantly more opportunities. This is what Tim McAravey and his team are currently starting to plan about products and services. How do you want to interact with those? That aligns really well with the customer freedom part of our vision. It will engage with you however you want us to engage with.
Great. I'd love to hear it. Thanks.
Just to reiterate, kind of what we're doing in 2025 is the foundation of all this that we can add on to and open up future opportunities as we go.
I'm curious, sort of on the heels of our budget discussion, I suppose, but I've always been thinking about AMI as the way in which we interact with our customers primarily. That's the lens that I've been using. But once you showed that full like breadth of all of the technologies that we're going to have, field management as an example, I'm curious about how this might help us gain efficiencies internally, the way in which we deliver work.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity there. Today, some of our work goes out, in a paper package or paper processes. With the new field service management, we'll be able to give all that work digitally, be able to update status of what the work is digitally as well. So that's going to open up lots of efficiencies. It's a more advanced scheduling engine for kind of scheduling sort of routine things that we have to do, like setting a meter for temp power for construction, like things like that we can kind of optimize schedule wise. So there's tons and tons of opportunities there. And again, this is kind of the foundation, but all this technology will help in terms of internal efficiencies. We'll have so much more information and more data. It's also going to mean there's probably more work out there. There are things we're going to be aware of that we're not today that we're going to have to address as part of this. And so there's that side of it too, but it certainly opens up lots of efficiency opportunities.
So in terms of the ways in which that informs staffing needs, other technology needs, resource needs, all of those things, I assume it's a bit too early to tell. We need to get into it, experience it before we can start making this strategic decisions about.
Yeah, I think that's a very good characterization. We're going to have a lot of data that we can analyze and look to for future decisions. But at this point, we have done some work on some process things where we know that like eliminating paper is going to save quite a bit of money and effort.
Yeah.
And so we're capturing those as we go as part of kind of validation of our business case. But there's going to be future opportunities out there too that maybe we haven't even thought of that the data is going to open up our minds to.
We have some of those already here. Aaron and his team, he already has team members in his team today who used to be on the field reading meters. But we're reskilling, we're retraining, and that transformation is happening. And those are people that we didn't have to go out and hire. It's our own employees who are excited about the project. They're reskilling, they're retraining. In the future, we will have less, if not very little, people going out, driving around, collecting data.
Mm-hmm.
These people are incredibly talented in what they do. And we're already talking about how the next evolution of the next series of jobs that they're going to do for the district, and not necessarily reading the meters, but troubleshooting, interpreting data. So it's already working as we speak today. I think it's gonna happen more and more as the system gets in place.
Cool, great.
We think
And so
about,
right now, you have people that work on the paper document, the maps, and things of that nature. Later on, you're gonna have individuals who are making sure the data that's in the system is the right data, that it's clean, so they'll do that kind of data management piece. So clear transition there over time, but I can tell you, my folks are excited about being able to hit a GPS that will take them right to where they need to go to do some work. Where now it's a little bit more, let's find it once we get there. So
Get the map out in the truck.
it's not quite that bad, but it's not far off.
You mentioned before how meters do periodically wear out anyway. How long do the current meters last? Number of years?
About a 20-year life, which is kind of what we're approaching. I think the first ones were put in around 2006, give or take.
Going to add a thought on the topic of efficiencies over time from a customer interaction perspective. There's really large potential for that, and we're looking forward to that as well. So you think callbacks during a storm or elongated calls because people didn't realize they had to call and report an outage. There's a number of benefits there, not just for the customer experience, but from an efficiency standpoint as well. And I would add, there's a change adoption curve as well, where in fact it can be, there are calls you're fielding as you go through the transition because people are like, okay, I didn't get the message. What are you talking about? What is this? So there's a bit of a trade-off. There's a transition. As I've gone through large sort of technology applications like this, tends to be a transition of sometimes a bit less efficiency as everyone's getting used to new stuff you've not done before. And then you wring the value out as you get implemented or post-implementation.
We'll experience that internally with the hundreds of our colleagues who are using these systems as well. There'll be some reduplication in some areas and then some cut over. And so it'll be significant internally and externally.
So one last question. Earlier this morning during the ST12 monitoring report, I had a question about allowing customers access to the data that comes from the STEP system for their own special use on creative things they want. I guess, do you have any additional comments about that? I referenced this presentation coming out there. We discussed this presentation coming at the time earlier. Any additional comments about how we make that available here as people are requesting from us?
So as we've taken early looks at, certainly we now know what the data is that'll be coming. So we're thinking about beyond just, not that anyone suggests it's a data dump back to customers that neither makes sense or may interest them. So we've got early strategy development, as Javier talked about, around products and services. So generally the buckets we're thinking about are sorts of products and services that leverage the data that comes from the meters to think about providing additional customer choice about how and when they want to be served, around energy use and education, just creating awareness of like, when is your energy being consumed and from where. There's an opportunity to promote a sense of community. Once you get more established, sometimes this isn't me, but as a marketer or customer service person, you're not your customer. So this concept of gamification at times, which could be as simple as, hey, you know, maybe you've got the highest energy usage of your entire neighborhood or the lowest or things like that. So there are ways you can create a sense of community with customers, and then ultimately cost savings and cost planning, giving customers flexibility there. Those are roughly some of the four buckets that we're thinking about. That's not completely baked yet, but those are some of the early types of things we're looking at.
I think those are decisions that we'll have to make as we move forward. I think the same comment I made earlier today, it's the most important thing for us is make sure that we have the data is secure. And we can share a customer's data with that specific customer. They can utilize it, they can work on it, and it's 100% encased and secure. If we do that really well, then it opens up the opportunity for, hey, what else can we do, and with customers, and there's a lot of consent, and we need to make sure that we ensure we tell our customers your data is secure. It's your data, and how do we essentially use it in ways that will benefit you more than it currently does.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. The systems committee director.
Great. Last minor items at the end of the agenda. Just power through. It's been a while, but too short, so get to the end. Other business confirmation of board meeting agenda. We have a draft including all the items. Here's the things we talked about as action items today, listed as the consent action items for Thursday, as per usual. Are there any items that are listed here that we'd like to see transitioned to the discussion action item list? Everybody good? Okay. No discussion action items. That should be quick on Thursday then. Board work plan. Great. Tiny, maybe you've got it in front of you on your screens. Any updates from any of the committee chairs about any items that are on the work plan now that need to be updated or that have not been on the work plan but need to be added?
So you reported,
I will add, yeah, let me
get it.
articulate that. So, governance went through and I'll say distilled down, Scott Foch in particular, distilled down all the action items from the workshop. So each committee will be receiving that to then basically add to their work plan. So that framework has been, that work has been done and will be sent to committees for them to then build out their work plan. With the timing of the year, though, it's not really intended to be something that new work plan's adopted by the committees between now and the end of the year. It's more of a January action with new committees. So we might not see any change on this for the rest of the year.
Okay.
January or February, right? Depending on
Yeah,
committee chairs.
all the things.
I always get confused.
Yeah. It might be-
Yeah, so February would be the first meeting of the new, going into the February meetings would be the first meeting.
So
of the
that's
new
when they would
committees.
probably adopt the work plan so that they know what they were doing next year.
We have additional discussion on that coming up and then setting those pre-meeting dates and times. So I guess everybody look forward to hearing about committee assignments and trying to be as proactive as possible so that at the end of January, pre-meetings can be scheduled effectively. It's possible they'll be at the same date and time, but it's also possible they will not work for others. So as we get toward January. So no updates here then. Great. Last item on the agenda then. Before we adjourn, we take comments from the public on other items of district business. Comments made by all parties during the meeting are part of the official public record. We'll take comments in the room first and then via WebEx. Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to make a public comment or in the additional room that we've provided in the past? Okay, hearing none. For WebEx attendees, if you wish to make a comment, please send the meeting host a message using the chat feature or utilize the hand raise feature. Detailed instructions can be found on the OPPD website at the link shown on the screen. When I call on a member of the public to speak, please affirm that we can hear you before commencing your comments. Please state your name, address, and the name of any organization or person you represent. Each individual will be allowed 3 minutes per matter pending. To assist you, we will use the timer on screen and signal when you have 30 seconds remaining, as well as when time's up. If you have written materials, please email them to corporatesecretary@oppd.com. They will be received on our behalf. For all attendees, please direct your comments to me. We'll either respond to you directly or defer response to another board member or officer of the district. The board values and welcomes civil, respectful, clear, and concise communication from the public. During public comments, speakers should refrain from repetitious, profane, or irrelevant comments. Speakers shall refrain from polling the board as such vote is not on the agenda and is prohibited by law. Do we have any members of the public who would like to make a comment on other items of district business who are online?
David Corbin.
Hello, David, are you there?
Just a minute.
Oh, sorry, we're working on some tech on our side. Audio should be good.
Speak it now.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. David Corbin, 1002 North 49th Street, representing the Nebraska Sierra Club. I wasn't sure you zipped through the board agenda so fast that I didn't catch whether the board compensation adjustment is on for Thursday or not. But regardless, I mean, you can tell me that later, but I agree that the board's workload has gotten significantly more at OPPD and it's reasonable to increase your salaries, but only if
you equally consider those people who have to work more to pay their bills and consider how OPPD can help with energy efficiency, solar energy, as well as engaging with NDEE and their grant, the Solar for All grant. And please recognize your customer owners who are working harder and trying to make ends meet. As the Sierra Club has advocated for many years, OPPD should establish online bill financing to enable more people to be able to weatherize or add solar and batteries to their homes and businesses so that they can save on their bills. Regarding the discussion on economic development, please address environmental development with the same vigor as economic development. Environmental development efforts should be equal to economic development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And you had a technical question. All of the items are on the consent agenda for Thursday. That does include the update related to LB 1300, the compensation adjustment. So that is on the agenda for the consent agenda for Thursday.
I would recommend that you don't take it off the consent.
Thank you for your comments. Are there other people online who have comments today? Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda is completed and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.